Hello, 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 hello. Oh, that's loud. That's loud. Let me turn that down a little bit. Hello, 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 hello. How are we? How are we today? Hello. I'm sorry there was no stream yesterday. I will get to that in a minute. I wanted to do it earlier and then I ran out of time, so I'm rescheduling yesterday to Saturday. So Saturday we'll be running around in Minecraft. Um, but today, you may have noticed, if you're subbed, there's a new emote. Coyote has shown it off. There's a new emote. It's a like this is fine sort of thing. It is being launched to coincide with the launch of the Discord server shop. We have a little shop in the Discord server now, where you can buy a pack of 5 digital stickers, that include 4 of the classic emotes and this brand new emote. Let me see if I can remember all the ones that are in it. It's this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, I think. All of these emotes are included in that digital sticker package. You can use them in Discord servers, in like you can add them to your Discord servers, you can add them to your favorite messenger apps that use stickers that you can upload. Um I would prefer y'all didn't use them as Twitch emotes because that's confusing branding, but I don't know anything else. Fucking go nuts. You can also, in the server shop, buy the static and animated cover art wallpapers from my song cover release. It doesn't include the song cover or the autograph selfie mobile wallpaper. Those are only in the Ko-fi version. But this is, cheaper, so if you just want the wallpapers and then want to listen to the song for free on YouTube, you can do that. We have also launched server subscriptions, where you can subscribe to me on Discord, which gives you all the same Discord benefits as subscribing here. Plus you get a little sticker next to your name, and you get the bunk emote next to your name, and I get more money from that than Twitch gives me. I think I get what, $2.97 of the $2.99 Discord sub, where I get $2.50 of your $5 Twitch sub. Unless you use a Twitch Prime sub, and then you don't pay anything, and I get $2.50 of Jeff Bezos' money. Um, so that's the setup for all of that. Uh, yeah, Discord gives me a 90-10 split, which is very cool. I don't know if they take a split of stuff from the server shop, but I'm assuming they do. But it's a 10% split, so they're literally taking, like, a dime from me. They'll take, like, a dime or a quarter from me, as opposed to Twitch taking half my fucking money. But yeah, there is a... God, Ultraman Z is good. God, it's so fucking good. There is a Use Citrus sticker pack for the server shop that is in the works. I just have to do a couple more for it. I only have 3 done, so I gotta do 2 more. But it's in the works, and it'll be launched soon. There will also be Discord subscription exclusive emotes in the server at some point. I have to make more, and I have to divvy them up. I have to decide, like, which ones are gonna be which ones are going to be general use and which ones are going to be a subscription perk. But that's coming. That's coming. If you subscribe on Discord, you'll get the special Discord emotes. There's also there are 3 supporters channels that equal to different sub levels in Twitch. No one uses the tier 2 or tier 3 ones. I don't even know who other than me and the mods have access to those at this point. But the base level one, I am also doing a daily generalized, this is one reading for everyone, just a daily generalized single card tarot reading as just a little something to ponder over for the day, maybe guide you during the day. Just a little something to think about. I thought that'd be fun. So, I'm gonna try to remember to do it every day. If I forget one day, I'm sorry. But yeah, so if you're subscribed on Twitch or on the Patreon, and I'll be talking about the Patreon in a second, you have access to those channels too. But also, if you subscribe in the Discord server, you have access to those channels now. So if you're not subscribed anywhere else, you can subscribe to the Discord server, and you will have access to that channel, as well as the Discord-specific perks, which I think right now are mostly just the little sticker next to your name, is the only Discord-specific perk. But yeah, that's all the access for those things. I can also use the shop to sell, like, a role in the server that can be used as, like, an access ticket for, like, an event, which I really like the concept of. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with that yet. But I like that concept. So, we'll keep that in mind for the future. And like I said, your normal subscription benefits that everyone gets no matter where you subscribe to me is access to that supporter channel. You can do a voice request every month, which I think everyone has forgotten is a thing they can do, but you can do that. You can either put it in the voice request channel that you have access to as a supporter, wherever you're supporting from. You can either put it in there or you can DM me, and I'll record you a voice clip every month. What will we do with that? No one knows. You can ask me for anything. I will say whatever you fucking want if you pay me. Otherwise, like, no one really uses the supporter channel, but I'm putting them readings in there. Yeah, I also, I don't know, it's in there. It's in there, y'all can do it. I want to kind of it's on the, like, supporter thing. Like, it's listed there, but I need to find, like, a more prominent place to advertise that so people, like, remember to do it. I am thinking about shutting down the Patreon because I don't post anything specifically to the Patreon. It just gives you the Discord benefits. And it feels kind of redundant to have that now that the Discord subs are available. And, like, I can add more tiers of, like, Discord subs for, like, higher things if I want. I just don't know what I would offer to, like, higher tier subscribers. I have no idea. But I'm thinking about shutting the Patreon down because it feels redundant. I just need to look at, like, who is subscribed over there and how I can alert everyone that that's being shut down and they can, like, migrate to the Discord if they want to support me. What is your question, Senny? Senny, what is your question? But yeah, that's the big housekeeping thing, is that now we have I do commissions, but I am not open for them at this moment. I will probably open a few slots soon when I take care of some art that I owe to people. Because in the second half of last year when I was getting my mental health in order, I kind of went through big art burnout, and I owe a bunch of people a bunch of things, who have all been absolutely wonderful and gracious and patient with me, and all of y'all who have been waiting on things, I love you forever for being patient with my mentally ill ass. Hi, Malu. But when I reopen a couple of slots, I will let y'all know. I will let y'all know, what I am open for and how many slots I'm taking and what's available. But I do take commissions because I am motherfucking poor. Yeah, Drez is like 5 of the people I owe art to. But yes, I will absolutely let y'all know when I have slots open. Um, Subscribers also get, like, priority when I have slots open. But I will let y'all know. I will let y'all know when I am open for things. Cause hopefully that will be soon. I'm feeling very back in my art groove. So hopefully very soon I will be able to kind of get through the things that I owe to people and offer that. Oh, thank you for the head pats. So keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Yeah, I go kind of in and out of burnout, especially during the cold months. But I think literally rewiring my entire brain with my antidepressants.
New donation from Drace for 100.
Oh my god, what?
What's this about being poor?
Dress, why? Why do you do this? Why? I mean, I am, but you don't have to do that. Thank you. Thank you. I love you very much. But yeah, I will absolutely let y'all know when I have commission slots open. Oh, I got Jenny. What am I doing over there? Here we go. I love you too. But yeah, I owe Drez, I think, several things. I know I owe Cap something. I owe Azzy some emotes. Which I went back and Azzy, I pinned them to our channel, so if you saw me pin something recently, that's what it was. So that I can, when, you know, when I'm running through everything, I can very quickly find what those are. So yeah, if you saw me pin something, that's what I pinned, so that I don't have to, like, dig back through our conversations to find it. So yeah, if those are still the ones you want, then that's cool. If you want to change out any of them, just let me know. But I did pin it. Just the reason why is I'm intending to work on those soon. But yeah, I have something for Cap. Oh, you like y'all like my human disguise, in which I'm very wiggly. I'm very wiggly in the human disguise because I lose my tail. So my balance is weird. So I'm very like swaying side to side. Yeah, you don't need a big scorpion tail to intimidate. You just need a big pair of aviators and also maybe a big pair of tits. One end or the other. Both help. But yeah. There will be more things in the server shop soon. I'm thinking maybe I will do some, like, mobile wallpapers that y'all can buy, or I don't know. Another thing, another privilege that subscribers get in the subscriptions channel is you can make a suggestion for shit you want to see, and I will listen, and probably do it because I sometimes don't have ideas and need ideas for things. So if you have an idea and you're subscribed, you can go into the subscriber channel and just fucking say it. And I'll be like, damn, that's a good idea. And then I'll probably do it. So like that's another little perk y'all get. I don't know. I'm just here. I'm just vibing. We are vibing. We are having a good time. Speaking of, I am kind of poor and am, even though I'm poor, I want to fucking buy things. Um because I'm a materialistic hoe. I want a fursuit. Oop, I'm back. BJ got some BJ money. Ah, that's so cute. That's so cute. Oh my god. That's so cute. But yeah, speaking of me being a materialistic hoe, because I am, I want a fucking fursuit. And not like, okay, I like full toony fursuits. I like them, but it's not what I want. I've never wanted a full suit. I've always wanted a partial, just because I'm weak and small, and I think that a full would be way too heavy for me. But I've always wanted a partial. And like a couple of years ago when I was still doing the TikTok thing regularly, I saw this really cute style of suit. I was like, damn, I would love I would love something like this. And I finally, after what, like two years? 2 years? I finally figured out what that style of suit is called. The difficult part is, Sonny, I've always been a furry. I've been a furry this whole fucking time. Um, the difficult part about this is that the suit style is called kigurumi, um, but not the type of kigurumi that you think of when you say kigurumi. Normally, the word can mean two different things. Um, where this is more of like it's a like a slightly more humanoid, like very anime style head that's usually, instead of, the face is done usually with like a soft minky like plush fabric instead of full on faux fur. And I just think they're super cute. And I want one. So like a partial is that head, and then like a half or quarter arm and leg, like paws, and then you wear like normal clothes around those bits, and then, like a tail. So I'm like, it's gonna be fucking pricey as shit to get this done. So I don't know when or if this will ever happen, but I wanna do it. I think it's so cute. I think it would be so cute to like have and like go out and take some pictures. Cause I have the furry form. Y'all have seen it in my transitions. I use it on Twitter sometimes. Y'all have seen my furry art, which I may alter some of the color markings on it slightly, but let me pull it up for you. Let me pull it up for you. Commissions, there it is. Oh god, where to go? Yeah, y'all seen this. Y'all seen this art. There we go. Y'all know this. So like I may change the top of the arms to just be the kind of dark pink color that's normally my bodysuit. Um because I don't think I even had them like that kind of on the reference image I did. So I may change that slightly, but I don't know. I think my furry form is very cute, and I want this style of, like, let me find, like, an image of what, like, let me see if I can find Kigurumi Fursuit. No fear, no pain. The problem with this being called Kigurumi is that, like, Kigurumis are also a different thing. And that thing is much more common. Let me see if I can pull one from the Etsy listings I was looking at. Copy image address. Here we go. Okay, so, like, this is kind of like what the heads look like. And I just think that they're super fucking cute. I just think they're so cute and I want one. And, you know, like, you do the hair with, like, the faux fur, and I think it would look really good. I think it would be so cute and so fun to, like, do a meetup with this, because I don't want y'all to see my face. This is why I have this. This is, I am a Sentai villain. I do quick changes. It's what we do. It's just what we do. So, I don't know, once my financial situation gets evened out, why is VTube Studio lagging? Let me get rid of these. Oh god. There we go. Am I catching up? Am I catching up to why is VTube Studio being so laggy? But yeah, I think that would be really fun and really cute, and I would love to do something like that. Why is VTube Studio lagging so much? Am I, like, not... Was I just slouching too much? I might have been slouching too much. Even though I think I'm... Ah? Ah? Okay, I think it's fine. I don't think the lag is too much. But yeah, I would love to, like, get one of these and do this. And I'm, like, looking at makers and shit and seeing what can happen and what would be the most affordable uh in making this happen. I would probably make the tail myself because that part wouldn't require any fur. And the fur bits are I kind of would want to go to all one maker for those, so that the color would match on all the parts. So, wait. Damn. There we go. I thought villain was in those letters. I'm like, I gotta do that. That's my word. That's my word. It's me. But yeah, I would love to, like, get one of these and then be like, yo, if anyone's going to this convention, I want to do, like, a little meetup and just, like, hang out for, like, half an hour. I don't know. Um, but yeah, I think that would be super fun. It's a thing that I think I'm gonna try and save up for once my financial situation gets settled, which is a thing that I'm gonna try to start make happening this month. Uh, which I may, Drez, your partner who you mentioned before, I may want to ask them for some advice on something if my plan A fails, which it probably will. Um, but I don't know. Well, I'm gonna get stuff worked out. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna figure it out, bitches. I'm gonna figure it out, bitches. We're making things happen. We're doing it. I don't know. So let me swap us over. Let me swap us over. I need to put OBS where I can see it. Of course, I am leaving words on stream up for y'all. But let's get in here. I've done a little bit since y'all last saw it. I think like this shading and like some bits in the hair hadn't been there when I last saw y'all. But I've added them, and let's just get right on in. To go count zero, if I can get this financial situation handled, it will open up a lot of things. Just a lot of shit will go a lot better. Thank you. I'm so happy with this. I might make like a mobile wallpaper version to put up in the shop. I like the concept of just, you know, having this thing in the Discord server that, you know, anyone can check at any time. They can, like, you don't have to go to an external place to like find the way to like buy stuff. I'm really glad that I got access to this very quickly. Because they're in, it's kind of like in beta right now, or like it's in testing, so like not everyone has access to the server shop right now, but I was you know, they've been emailing me about it for a while that I was gonna be part of the rollout. And I was like, oh, sweet, I can, you know, this is actually something really, really useful for me. So I'm really excited that Discord chose our humble little server. Yeah, they're still working on getting mobile set up. Mobile access is not available yet. Because this is still kind of a in beta, in progress thing. So we
in
are...
beta, it broke my Discord.
Oh my god, did it?
Yeah, but hi.
Hi, Cap. Hello. Hi. Like, did it break your Discord server, or just you trying to access mine through Discord?
You're trying to access mine. It was like, oopsie, I did a boopsie. I can't.
Oh jeez.
Discord has crashed, and I was like, okay, well, whatever.
Oh jeez.
I'm sure it'll be fixed eventually.
Yeah, they're, like I said, they've been talking for a little while. I think I'm like maybe in the like second phase of people they're adding to testing, because they've like sent me emails about like, hey, this server is putting this in their shop. This server is doing this. This is how you can prepare.
Ooh, that's a good idea.
But I think it's gonna be rolled out to everyone eventually.
It's just digital goods, right? There is no like physical thing you can do.
Yeah, no, it's only digital. It's digital goods and server roles.
Right. Okay, that's a good. Yeah, I like server roles.
So you can use like server roles. You can give people like a special role that they can take part in, like a chat or voice channel or something. So you can kind of use server roles as like an event ticket.
Interesting.
Yeah, I like that idea. I just don't know what I would do with it. But I'm also like, I'm not really big enough to be selling tickets to like an event.
That's fine. Every little helps, as they say over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been meaning to kind of look at other print-on-demand places, because I know Stream Elements has a shop, but I think, which is print-on-demand, but I believe it's in the US. So I was trying to see if I could buy stickers from a friend, and it was like, you know, £5 or $5 for the stickers and $6 shipping, and I was like,
Oh god, yeah. No, there are
Which, you know,
probably better
shipping
options
has to
for
do
that.
stuff, but yeah,
Like, I don't know what shipping from China to you is like.
not bad.
'Cause Vograce, I know is what a lot of people who do like Artist Sally stuff use for
Right.
charms and stickers and all of that. And they
Hmm.
have options for all kinds of shit.
Oh, what in terms of like just kind of buying in bulk and selling on?
Yeah, like
Okay.
custom printed physical
Yeah.
merchandise.
Yeah. 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 So, well, I mean, I'm still have my Redbubble shop, which, I probably shouldn't. I need to kind of redo that. But, that is print on demand, which is quite nice because it means I'm not having to put money up front. But then the prices on it
Yeah.
aren't the greatest, so it's
Yeah, that's the thing with
it's
Vograce
tricky.
is you're putting money up front and
Hmm.
you have to deal with all the storage and
Yeah.
shipping and whatnot, but their
It's
prices are pretty good and a
mm,
lot of people use them, so
that's cool. Yeah. No, I was I was helping Mama Para out with her because her kind of monitor died, her tablet
oh
monitor.
geez.
And basically, it turned out that the USB kind of connector, the part that actually allows you to use it as a tablet, was kind of broken.
Yeah.
Explain yourself in the Discord about what?
What
What am I
is
explaining?
what has
Oh,
Cap
oh,
done?
oh. Okay, right. I made a dish, my favorite British dish called Toad in the Hole, which
Oh,
is
yeah.
sausages in what we call Yorkshire pudding, which is a thin pancake, a thin savoury pancake mix in Yorkshire pudding. You have it with, I've got gravy on it, and potatoes and veg and stuff. So, but it's one of my favorites. It's not actually toads. It's I think there's a different. I think you have a toad in the hole in America. Is there or is it eggs
I
in the box?
I think I think a lot of people call it Toad in the Hole, but that's not actually a name for it. I think a lot of people have just
Right.
gotten confused. Where it's like a piece of toast with a hole cut in the center, and then you put an egg in there.
It looks like pizza with sausages. It's not bread. It's drez. It's like, how can I describe it? I'm trying to think. There's an American equivalent to Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know like what our equivalent is. It's like kind of custard-y.
not really because
No?
you're no. It's so basically what happens is the idea is you have a very thin kind of crepe style or pancake mix. It's just flour, eggs, and milk, but very runny. And so you kind of put it in a very hot pan, let it cook, and it becomes kind of this crispy, airy kind of. Well, normally you'd have it in like a muffin tin or whatever, so they become crispy, airy cups, and then you can put some gravy in there and stuff. Um, but this is kind of a much larger version. I probably have a bigger pan than what I should do for how I made it, but it's the my best pan for the job. But it's just a nice savory dish. It's delicious. I like it. It does like in pancakes. I'm making because I make American style pancakes. One of the big fluffy. Well, I don't know. Sometimes I've seen people call them flapjacks, but I think that's a regional thing.
Yeah, I think that's like a southwestern kind of name
Right.
for it.
Okay. Hmm. Although what I made once, I need to make them again. Is Johnny cakes, corn pancakes. Especially with, like bacon, best. Hmm. Lovely jubbly.
God, early Heisei Kamen Rider themes fucking slap. They all kind of sound the same, especially in the like Ryuki to Blade era,
Hmm.
but damn, no wonder they all sounded the fucking same. They're fucking good.
They were good. They were good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think like there's a lot of kind of well, we talk about 2000s was great for Sentai, and I think Kamen Rider had some great stuff in the early 2000s as well.
Oh,
I need to watch more of
absolutely.
that. Yeah.
I love early early phase 1 Rider. I mean, we
Mm.
all know how I feel about Blade. Um I love like the period of Kuga to Hibiki is oh real okay, okay, there we go. Um but yeah, I think that was just that era of Kamen Rider was so experimental in a way that like they really haven't been since.
Right.
They
Well,
were willing to
I
just do
guess.
fucking whatever at the time.
Well, it wasn't like I mean I know historically the more popular series is kind of yo-yo between Sentai and Kamen Rider, and I guess Kamen Rider was kind of just sort of back with Kuga, so you'd
Yeah,
think they were
it's
just like
because
do whatever.
yeah, well, I think they didn't plan for anything after Kuga. Like they weren't
Mm.
trying to revive the franchise. They were just gonna make Kuga and have Kuga be this big send off to Kamen Rider. And then
And Kuga was too
Kuga
good.
was really popular and made a lot of money. And they were
Yeah.
like, well, we have to make more now.
And I like how because isn't Akito like a direct sequel?
Yes.
Okay.
Like
Well, I
they
guess.
don't really say anywhere that it's a direct sequel, but it is.
Hmm.
Like I forget what they like call stuff in Agito, but like it's like when they don't cuz in like in Kuga it's like unknown life forms
Right.
number whatever. Like Kuga is unknown life form number 4.
Oh.
And in Agito they refer to them differently, but it's still like G3 is basically like okay, we need to build our own Kuga.
Okay.
So in case this ever happens again, we can we'll be ready.
That's a good idea, I guess. Was G3 the cop or was that
G3 was the cop.
Okay. I should watch it one day. I think I mentioned on your server I'm slowly watching through Kamen Rider Black. I've been having
Nice.
a fun time because that's very. I love because I mentioned on Twitter that kind of 80s toku doesn't always kind of make sense or whatever. It's very vibes. And like, sure it doesn't. I think like some overarching story appears, and it has got better, but like sometimes things will just be happening, and then there'll be a random cut to a next scene, and stuff seems to have either been resolved or
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
I mean
matter
like
anymore.
I know this is 90s, but
Hmm.
Zyuranger
Yeah.
is a buck wild experience cuz things will just fucking happen in that show.
Yes.
Irregardless, which is not even a word. But they'll just there's an episode where just some aliens drive up in a space car, like it's
Oh
just a
yes.
car
Yep.
from space.
And that becomes a big thing in Power Rangers. But yes, they do.
I don't even remember that. But yeah, no, they're just like
Yeah.
there and no one thinks this is weird. It just happens.
It just happens.
And we just roll with it. And it's very early on. It's like within
Japanese
the
like.
first like 10-15 episodes.
Yes, it is. Yeah. I guess it's just like the thing of the week, which is
Yeah.
sure, whatever.
Yeah, the thing of the week is just some aliens showed up, and
Yeah.
that's what we're doing right now, I guess.
It was funny because I never really noticed when the few times I watched Power Rangers, but then I haven't watched MMPR since I was like, God, maybe 17 was the last time I watched it. Despite being a 3-year-old hedgehog, and like watching it when I watched the Zoo Ranger like a few years ago, I kind of was hit like, oh, it's just like when they talk about in the Super Sentai Getter, Juran Kyoryu Fantasy, it is just fantasy stuff. Like,
Yeah.
it's dino people and witches and vampires and goblins and griffins and scorpion lamias. Not lamia, but she's called Lammy. I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
best character in that show.
Yep, she's great.
With her
Doesn't the actress like
sexist
still
husband.
like? Yes. Doesn't the actress still like do stuff as a Lammy as well? Like kind of.
Does
I think
she?
fan stuff,
I hope so.
possibly. I can't remember.
That's
fun,
awesome.
and and yeah, like all the kind of the fantasy creatures that are they're fighting, which I think was an interesting kind of like way to go. And there's this one episode where like boy Tiger Ranger is just a ninja for an episode, and it's just there. It's just like never talked about again. I thought it was very weird. No, unfortunately, no Lamia.
She's a
Coyote.
scorpion lady.
She's a scorpion lady.
But
yes.
her name is Lami. She's married to Griffozair, and for some reason, I don't know why he wasn't able to talk at the beginning. He just he just couldn't. And she, when she shows up, she's like, "Yo, Bandora, I'll do some stuff for you if you give my husband his voice back." And Bandora's like, "Yeah, you're good at shit. Go ahead."
Yeah.
And then she does. And
You're my most competent henchman.
Griffozair's like, "Yo, my wife, you shouldn't be fighting. Get back in the fucking kitchen." And both Lami and Bandora, Bandora literally looks at him and is like, "If you fucking don't shut up, if you keep saying this dumbass bullshit, I'm turning your voice off again." And he just doesn't do it after that.
And then it just comes back at some point, yeah.
Why? Okay.
What a wild TV show.
Yeah, Zyuranger is absolutely insane. It's really funny because I love that Japan's just like, why is America so obsessed with this absolutely random buck wild season of Sentai? We don't understand. Like, it's fine. We like Zyuranger, but it's not, like, good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I think with Zyuranger, well, especially with Power Rangers, I think it was right place, right time where, like, Jurassic Park had just come out, I think, was coming out when Power Rangers started.
Yeah.
So, like, kids always love dinosaurs, although I think that's slightly changing to generic animals at the moment. But, dinosaur fever was at an all-time high among kids. And
oh, yeah. And, Haim Saban just looked at Zyuranger and was like, yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Let's make this happen.
Yeah. We for the third or fourth time, and this time it stuck.
Yeah, that one just worked out, because, again, right place, right time.
Also, like, I don't like the documentary style or the toys that made us people, because it's not, it's they're too busy going whoa and like cutting too often, so you don't actually get to hear proper stories. But because it's well-known thing that Stan Lee was actually quite a big proponent of Toku, and was trying to get, like, I think, Bioman made as like a Marvel property in the US or whatever.
Because of course there's Toei's Spider-Man.
Correct,
and then
Battle Fever J?
Battle Fever J was originally supposed to be like an Avengers style thing, which is why they're all different countries. Mm-hmm. And that didn't pan out. Yes.
Still technically part of the expanded Marvel universe, though, which I think is great. Which also means that for a period of 10 months, Power Rangers and Super Sentai were part of the expanded Sentai metaverse. But anyway.
Love it.
Expanded Disney metaverse. What was I saying? But yeah, because of that, because Stanley had been trying to, people in the toy business knew about Sentai, and had actually been trying to sell it because the toys were cool. So when the Saban came knocking, they were like, yeah, I know this. Let's go.
Yeah, and I mean, I really don't know anything about Power Rangers and which ones are highly regarded and which ones aren't, other than that Operation Overdrive is generally pretty disliked, which has made it very easy for me to get Bokenger adjacent things very cheaply.
Correct. Speaking of things we dislike, hi Maru. Can't hear you, Maru.
There you
go.
You are.
Hello.
Sweetie, you are peaking very badly.
Oh. Wow.
There you go.
Am I still peaking?
No.
No. I think you're good now.
Okay. Yeah, I think my normal is that a bit better now?
Yeah, maybe? I can tell you're on your phone, but you're not peaking now.
I'm not on my phone, I'm actually on my computer, but I don't have my fancy microphone here in
yeah.
Space colony oregano or whatever the fuck I called it in my lore.
No, it's just a
But-
space colony. Oh, mamma
I'm sorry,
mia.
Space Colony Oregano fucking got me.
I had a different name for it, but I can't remember what it was. It was something less dumb. But I can't remember.
I don't know, I think you should stick with Space Colony Oregano. That's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. That's what it is now. I'm just stopping by for.
You need to meet Mario Ambassador Charles Martinet and get him to say it in Mario's voice, and then.
Oh my god, yes.
He's not even Italian.
Colony Oregano. Wahoo! Here we go.
That man's entire career. That man's entire career is stolen valor. His entire
With a
career.
name like Martinet, he's definitely French. God, you know.
Thank you, Para.
Yeah, he's some Frenchy. Para, hello.
Para.
Yeah, I've re-enabled the Save My Art Redeem because I'm doing art again. It was disabled for a long time.
Why is it that I am small enough that Cap can eat me?
Because of the different sizes of what you've uploaded to
That's right.
Fugi.
Married to Cinco from the Italian space colony. That's right.
That's it. That's right. I've just had a pizza.
Mamma mia!
It was very. Shut up, you xenophobe. And and I. That's what I gotta do to you. And I forgot. Like I was looking at the ingredients, and everything seemed tasty, and I didn't realize it didn't have any cheese.
Oh.
Wow!
So I ordered.
Hell yeah!
Yeah, that's not uncommon here. Like you can get pizzas that don't have cheese, and I ordered it without cheese, and I was like, "Oh damn, what the fuck?" And my mom was like, "Oh, it's okay. I'll just chop up some mozzarella, and we just put it in the oven for 5 minutes."
As you do.
With some good mozzarella, and
you know,
just slapped it on there.
As you do in Italy.
Man.
Exactly.
Whenever I get to go to Italy,
my mom's here.
I'm going to be so caffeinated and
Mama
so
de
full of pizza
Cinco.
and pasta.
Oh yeah, she went to bed. She was just passing by to pick up her meds. But yeah, I am. I am going on trial tomorrow. I'm going to the courts.
Ha! Finally,
I can't say what. Yeah, I can't say what for, chat. But let's just say that I need to see a judge about a thing. And
impersonating a judge. Ugh.
You know.
No. It's no. This judge is my peer.
Gay crimes.
This is my peer, and he's going to absolve me of all of my gay crimes. But no, like in real life, I do have to go to a judge tomorrow for a bureaucratic Italian thing that you have to see a judge for. It's something very annoying, but I just need to do it once. And I am scared. I have never dealt with jurisprudence in this country.
I am sure it will be fine.
I'm sure it will be fine. The art is looking really good, by the way.
Thank you. I'm so pleased with this one. I really want to do like a mobile wallpaper for the server shop.
Hell yeah.
I'm very emotionally invested in the server shop right now.
Yeah, like you fully came up with this. You fully came up with this character design for her, didn't you?
No, this is actually a design from a filler arc of the Bleach anime.
Oh, okay.
Where they gave personifications to all the swords that didn't have them, like that didn't already have one. And this is Soifan's little like stinger glove,
right?
Which is named after the Japanese giant hornet. Which is also where Suzume King Oger gets her name.
Yeah,
and I'm
yeah.
like, I want all of the cursed bee woman content, so I'm gonna dress the one bee woman as the other bee woman. Hey DK, I hope your counseling goes well.
Yeah, have good counseling. I still think about Yorin Maru from that arc.
I am deeply sorry, but I am legally. This is one of the reasons I'm going to the judge. I am legally not allowed to remember anything about Bleach.
That's fair.
So I apologize for that.
Did you perhaps bleach it from your memory?
illegal. I was deeply, deeply invested in Bleach for 5 or 6 years. What I will say is that this filler arc was running in the anime around the same time that the end of all of the stuff with Aizen was happening in the manga. And this filler arc was genuinely better than all of that.
Yeah.
One, this filler arc was really good, and that arc of the manga is really bad. But the most important part about this arc of the anime is I have always had a crush on Rukia's sword. And I had kind of a design in my head for her prior to this. And then this arc aired, and like I was known amongst Bleach people for the fact that I was in love with this fucking sword. And this arc started airing, and my design was pretty much spot on. Which is not hard, she's a fucking Yuki Onna. So it's not difficult to get right. But also I was right on like the personality and shit. Where like a lot of us had headcanons for a lot of the swords. And, you know, you kind of base the personality of the sword on the user. And some people were just wrong about some of them. I'm gonna say we because, you know, I was down with a lot of these headcanons. I participated. I bought into some of them. We were wrong about some of them. Damn, we were wrong about some of them.
Oh yeah, I'm just looking.
Listen.
I forgot her design, but she just went Bankai in the new anime, which is very good.
Oh, nice.
And it seems to me...
I've seen the like white Rukia, which is what I assume that is.
Yeah, again, very Yuki Onna inspired, and I guess I don't know whether this became before Tite Kubo decided to give her that kind of look for her Bankai on.
Yeah, I mean, I know he did the designs for the swords in this arc, so...
okay.
Yeah, if you look up, like, Bleach anime Shirayuki, you'll see her.
Yes.
She's my beautiful wife, and I love her. To this day. My beautiful sword wife. Because I am weak for anything with sentient weapons.
I'm afraid I don't have much to add to this because, as I said, I'm legally and psychologically not allowed to remember anything about Bleach. But hey, have you guys heard about JoJo?
Yeah, oh my god. Okay, I need to go to a quick ad break, but you just finished part 4, and I do want to talk about it, because I love part 4.
Yes, I can't stay for super long, but I will stay for like a few minutes to talk about it.
We will be back in just a couple minutes, and we'll talk about JoJo. So we'll be right back.
Yes.
Navi, go now. Find our young friend and guide him to me. I do not have much time left. Fly, Navi, fly. The fate of the forest, nay, the world depends upon thee.
I'm a cat. They can't stop me. I don't obey the law. This is unethical. See, I'm too powerful. I am too powerful to be contained by the law. They cannot stop me. I am gay and I do crimes. Ah, damn. It's got fucking cute charm. Be yandere, Morbius! Yes! Yandere Morbius confirmed. That was where one of my friends did Backstreet's Back. Is that the name of the song? Y'all know what song I'm talking about. And I realized I had never seen the music video for that song. So we're doing it, we're singing it, and we're watching the music video playing, and I'm like, shit, I didn't realize that the thing that Backstreet is back from is the Dead. No, I don't want to become famous. I just want to be hot.
Oh my god, he wants to kill you! Sono, get away from him! Bad
I love
touch!
that he's
Bad
like-
stranger danger! Look at that face. He's doing the anime. You know the anime thing where like the fisheye lens?
Yes.
You know? He's like, I must execute her. I must have her jugular veins.
I love that he's like doing this, and I'm just standing there. I can
So looking
absolutely hear
adorable.
him, and I'm
Yes,
just like,
you can
this is
totally hear
fine.
him.
This is fine. You can try and
This
murder
is
me.
fine. I feel okay with this.
My wife. Sorry, I don't get the opportunity to make that joke very often. Suma. Was Viral's wife just named fucking wife? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Was his wife just fucking named wife? I didn't exclude legendaries from like the normal randomization because I thought it would be funny. And I was right. I was completely right.
Design of it.
We're back. We're back.
Hello!
What's poppin', gamers?
We're so back.
Is it time
We're
to talk
so
about
fucking
JoJo?
back. Oh, okay. So, I wanna say I can't stay for longer than 10-15 minutes because I need to get back to coding, and then I'm appearing in court tomorrow. But so I just wanted to like summarize where I'm at with JoJo. So, a bunch of years ago, I watched the anime for part 1 and 2, and I thought it was alright, aside from, the Nazi. And then I started watching part 3, and I was enjoying it, but I was watching it with somebody, and then I stopped seeing that person, and then, like, I tried to keep watching it by myself, but the thing about JoJo is that I watch stuff when I eat, if I'm alone,
Same, yeah.
and JoJo has a lot of gross stuff.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I guess so.
yeah, and at first I was like, oh, it was because I'm very squeamish, and after reading Berserk, and I noticed that I was less of a scaredy cat, because I read Berserk, I was like, oh, I'll go back to try to watch it, and it's like, no, it's not that JoJo is scary, it's that it's gross.
Yeah.
It's a different thing.
It's,
So anyway,
it's just gross sometimes.
yes. So what I did is I a few weeks ago just started reading the manga because I can read manga super fast, and I basically right before I left on this trip, a few days before I left on this trip, I finished part 3, had a good time with it. Good, solid, classic shonen with some fun weirdness. JoJo part 3. I don't need to explain it. It's like explaining what a pizza is.
Yeah.
It's JoJo part 3. And then I started reading part 4. And it just, I know a lot about JoJo anyway because I've read wikis and stuff like that because I'm impatient and I don't care about spoilers. But still reading it is an incredible experience, and reading part 4, even with all the stuff that I knew about part 4, I was not ready for how much I loved it. I loved how it was a completely different thing than pretty much every previous part, because even though the first 3 parts have their own vibes, they are essentially shonen stories.
There's a cohesion to the first 3 parts.
Yeah.
I always like to joke that part 4 is like JoJo's, bizarre little town or whatever, which I guess is what they then did the joke with
crazy noisy bizarre town.
Yeah.
Which is my favorite JoJo opening.
It is. It's great.
I love how what I was saying so I was talking to Skylarka, who is my resident, who is my JoJo expert in residence. And I was saying to her, like, I hate to be the kind of person that says this, but in part 4, while Josuke is the point of view character. Well, one of them, but the main point of view character. He is the the focus character, but the main character of part 4 is Morio.
Yes.
Like the town of Morio. And I love that. I love how there's like a lot of mini arcs that it's like, oh, this person is a stand user. Oh, and are they trying to be evil? And it's like, no. This woman is just a beautician that's using her stand to help people.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
But she's
guy
just a bit
just
weird.
wants people to eat the nicest food.
Yes. My favorite.
Yes, that heals them. I love that guy.
I
love that
part
guy.
4. The way
yeah.
that my friend Suri describes part 4 is the biggest powers and the smallest stakes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that is kind of the thing that I really, really love about part 4.
Yeah. And actually, it's
I
a perfect
love part 4 so much.
like Yoshikage Kira is like a perfect choice of a villain because Yoshikage Kira, his whole thing that he always says is he's just a guy that wants a quiet life. He just wants to never be noticed, never really get any attention from anybody. He would rather live alone. He would rather be second place in everything. He just wants to have a quiet life. The problem is he's a serial killer.
Yeah.
So that's eventually going to attract attention. Yeah, but it also really works thematically because like he, in a slice of life, like part 4 feels very realistic, right? The kind of you meet a lot of weirdos and there's ghosts and there's all this kind of stuff, but ultimately everyone feels like people, whereas like in the previous parts they all felt like really kind of great heroes and great villains, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's much more grounded, and so. For that, you need a more realistic villain that matches that. It wouldn't have made any sense if you had a villain in Moria that was trying to take over the world, because then they would leave. They wouldn't be in the town.
Yeah,
they would go.
Dio makes no sense in part 4. Which is why Dio is not a character in part 4. He is irrelevant to part 4.
Yeah. And that's the thing about Kira, is that he's a guy that he is the terror of the serial killer next door, who is just a normal person who nobody would say anything really good or bad about, but who's secretly collecting, women's hands,
Yeah.
And he's a really interesting villain. That entire arc with his family that he forces himself into, that's really good. All the stuff with his the son.
Yeah.
Not his son, but the son, and the way that the son manages to survive. I'm gonna say spoilers, by the way. The way that the son manages to survive, but also he's indispensable in the final battle. That kid doesn't even have a stand, but he's just like so smart and so with it, in a way that still feels realistic for a kid. Relatively, for a very smart kid. But I love all the characters. I love the fact that Araki intentionally held Jotaro back for most of it.
Yeah.
Like, Jotaro is there, he does stuff, but
he's not the main
it really feels like Jotaro is there basically to be like, yes, this is connected to the stuff you just read.
Yes.
Please don't make me talk about it.
But they also have a great thing of him like handing off to Josuke in like the first episode, I don't know if it's the first chapter. And which is always good. But also, I mean, like, it's 92. This manga started, and I like how the first 2 parts were set in the past, third part was sort of present day, and now this is set in the far-flung future of 1999. And but Twin Peaks was so big in Japan that that's why we're in Little Morio Town. And Jotaro is your Dale Cooper, your Agent Cooper, coming in to see about this crazy, noisy, bizarre town.
Yeah, oh my god.
He's a bit, but also like part 4. Well, Twin Peaks is like, the weird town of the weird town with weirdos, but like Morio is a much nicer place to live than Twin Peaks.
True. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing about Morio is super normal until you look at some of the actual people.
Yeah.
Morio seems so wildly normal on the surface, and then you're like, And also, there's an alien living in the cell tower. Is he really an alien? We don't know, but he says he is, and he lives there now. So, I don't know, man. He's nice, though. You could go have a chat with him. He's a cool dude.
Oh, I think the alien... No, I think the guy in the tower is the survivalist, not the alien guy, right?
No, the survivalist is initially trapped in the tower until he can get someone else to go in.
Yes.
And then the alien is like, I'll do it. Fuck yeah.
Yes.
And then he's just in there for the rest of the season. He just lives there.
Yeah, I read that in I read that when I was on the plane on the way here, so I think that was very I don't remember exactly some of the details, but yes. I don't know, I just really enjoyed it. I will tell you, so I obviously haven't watched the anime. I'm gonna watch the anime now because knowing what is gonna happen, it like the gross stuff is not gonna surprise me basically.
Yeah.
But also, the thing that annoyed me a bit when I was reading the end of it was that for a part that was so much more focused on the characters than on the plot, like the plot was really secondary. There were entire volumes where it was like, oh, this guy is being put in the main character's way because Kira's dad gave them stand powers, but they're not anybody. You know, they're not anybody important. They're just like the person they're dealing with today who is a weirdo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And with all of that, it felt very weird that when part 4 wraps up, it's like, okay, we'll wrap up the Yoshikage Kira plot, we see who survived and who's not. Josuke steals Joseph's wallet, which is fantastic. We get a couple of text boxes of like, where are they, you know, what happened to them? And then it just ends. And it just felt like I needed at least a couple more chapters of like the main characters hanging out, especially all the teenage dirtbags, you know, like Koichi, Josuke, Okuyasu, all of them just like hanging out and going like, oh well, I'm so glad we dealt with that guy. Anyway, let's hang out. How's Koichi dealing with dating Yukako now? You know, all of that stuff that wasn't really. I don't know. It just felt weird that we didn't have like a couple of chapters of decompression and we just end it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the anime has a little more of an epilogue. Not like they kind of like show everyone just around town doing things.
Yeah.
But I haven't read the manga, so I don't know how much more of an epilogue it is.
Yeah, in the manga it's literally like the epilogue is mainly like they're done with Kira. They say a very tearful goodbye to the ghost girl, and then there's a kind of prolonged conversation between Joseph and Jotaro going like, "Oh, we don't need to stay here. The kids are all right. They're gonna deal with it." Joseph said this thing that they all have the golden spirit that the Stardust Crusaders have. They have the golden spirit, and then fucking Josuke steals his wallet, and Jotaro is like, "What did he say about a golden spirit, old man?"
Also, Nara, I do want to let you know it's Josuke, not Josuke.
Gonna fucking kill you.
Hey, you're the one who kept telling me off for saying Guelja Turk or Gulja Turk.
It's Guel.
Gulja Turk, my beautiful son.
My stream died twice yesterday during Starfield, so that was fun. But luckily, I was able to reconnect.
Oh no. Okay, you're back.
Yeah, let me see if I did something that hopefully will make it a little more stable.
Yeah. But yeah. Hi Chad, we're back. But yeah, I'm gonna have to watch the anime to see if there's more of an epilogue. But
and you get to see the fantastic ending as well with Savage Gardens.
Oh yeah, Savage Garden. They use Savage Garden for the ending of part 4.
Nice. Good. But yeah, also okay. While I really loved Koichi, my favorite character is Kishiba Rohan.
That's okay. It is also Araki's favorite character.
Oh yeah, I know that. I could without even knowing that, I can just tell by the way that he's written.
Also, I think I mean I haven't actually read part 4, but I think the last time I saw someone like tweet about it, like I found it interesting how Araki's art style changed to kind of be more close to what it resembles today during the how it changed from like part 3 to part what we consider part 4 art style.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
throughout the
very
run.
weird when you're reading it because like the first couple of volumes, well, the first volume is straight up the style of like when you start reading it,
Yeah.
Josuke is a fucking enormous man like Jotaro is. Like he has that physique, and it
Yeah.
looks very weird because by the end of it, while the JoJo art style has kept evolving since part 4, by the end of it, it's much closer. Like it the way it evolves from the beginning to end of part 4 is much greater than it's ever evolved since, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it feels weird when you start reading part 4 and you see these characters with that style. But but no, it's great. Right? But who's everybody's favorite character?
In part 4.
Okuyasu
Yeah.
he's my boy. I
Yeah,
love
Okuyasu,
Okuyasu
I
so
love.
much.
He's great. He's so fun.
I do love him.
Who voices him
He's a
again,
big
Sammy? I
meathead.
forgot.
You know me, Maru.
I
I
don't
love a
know.
fucking himbo.
He is a massive himbo. The bit, okay, in the I was honestly in the final battle. I was certain that he was dead. They kept saying that he was dead. I knew that what's his face that Crazy Diamond can't bring back the dead. And from part 3, and I think this was an intentional thing. From part 3, I was very used to the way that Araki sometimes will just kill a character. And it will be kind of unceremonious, even if they're a major. Like when they killed Kakyoin, it was a big deal, but it was in the middle of this battle, and it kind of like there wasn't a lot of song and dance around it because you still had to deal with Dio. And I was like, oh, maybe that's what's happening here. We'll deal with the death of Okuyasu later. And then when he just like gets up, and he's like, yeah, I had a dream about my brother. I was like. I was literally sitting down reading this, and I was like, yes, 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 yes.
My beautiful boy, too stupid to die.
He's too stupid to die. Fucking love him. I love his ridiculous stand. That
Yes.
yeah.
His,
Oh, I
his
love.
stand,
Oh my
that
god.
would be fucking game breaking. That would be so incredibly broken if he were smart enough to use it.
Yeah. I love that they textually say that in the comic. They literally say, good thing this guy is not very smart, because otherwise he'd take over the world with this. And then I love fucking Stray Cat. Fucking
Yes.
Stray Cat. I was not expecting that. I didn't expect that there was gonna be an entire mini arc about a rat with a stand and then a cat with a stand. Separately. That was so stupid. It was I loved it. That chapter, that mini arc that is like Jotaro and Josuke hunting the rat. It's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible. Like, it really feels like Araki was like, what if they had to hunt a rat? What if? He was just letting it, all hang out.
Like, part 3, Araki really starts going into, I like this movie, and I'm gonna do a chapter that is basically this movie I like. Part 4, he's just like, I have had a random thought today. I've had the most incoherent thought of my life, and now I'm putting it in the manga.
Yep, that is exactly it. Also, the alien boy, is he just an alien then?
He might be an alien. He says he's an alien. We don't know any more than that. He's just a guy who says he's an alien. He might be an alien.
And he looks like Magus from Chrono Trigger. For some inscrutable reason. But I loved it so much.
Alien, man.
Like when I read part 3, I was enjoying it on the sort of level of like, when you're reading a classic manga and it is clicking with you, because that's the worst thing for me is reading a classic manga and finding it boring, because I'm like, I don't force myself to try to like things, but if it's a classic one, I try to read it even if I'm not super enjoying it. But when you read a classic manga that you're enjoying and then you're seeing why it's so good, it was kind of that vibe with JoJo Part 3. It was like you can see how so much shonen fighting anime takes after Part 3, right?
Hmm.
And it's a classic and it's archetypal. But one of the things that I was saying to Sky is like, while I was really enjoying it, I was like, I really don't feel, aside from like Polnareff and Joseph, who has an entire part dedicated to his development beforehand, like I was like, I don't feel like I have enough of a grasp on like how Jotaro's inner world or Kakyoin's inner world. And part four is all inner world, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's all inner world, and that's fucking wonderful. All of these characters, like even secondary characters like Yukako. Is it Yukako?
Yeah.
The Love Deluxe. Yeah. Even she gets like her own arc that explains why she's the way she is. And I don't know. It's just like it's so good. And also, what I was saying with Skylarka was that like how did Skylarka said it? Because we were talking about its influences on the Persona series. And I was saying that like I remember when people were complaining that the Persona games like toyed with queer stuff and then they always ended up making kind of like
Badly, yeah.
they were making bad decisions. And I remember that at the time, this was like Tumblr era. I was like, oh, what if I made a story that's like JoJo? Sorry, not like JoJo, like Persona, but gay. What if I made it like properly textually queer and I based it in Scotland? And now that I love the ideas that I had for it were pretty good for basing it in Scotland, but we don't need to scrutinize that. But I will say that having read JoJo, I was like, I was like, oh, I made JoJo Part 4 in Scotland. That's literally what I was doing. Without knowing, and the way that Sky said it. Hang on, we had a long conversation about stand mechanics.
As you do when you talk about JoJo.
Yeah, I needed to get her to explain Bites the Dust to me a bit.
Here's a question.
Oh yeah.
Oh, sorry. Maybe
No,
I'll let you finish
I
what
found
you're
it.
saying first.
Yes.
I'll let you finish.
So I tell Skylarka, I realized now that my concept that was Persona but textually queer, and now I'm like, Persona but queer, and now I'm like, that's just JoJo, isn't it? And Sky's like, yeah, it is. It's more like Persona is, what if we made JoJo's about painfully heterosexual high schoolers?
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry, Cap.
No, I was gonna say like I was thinking the other day, kind of the way that superpowers, or powers in general are kind of differentiated between Eastern and Western media. Like, especially like in a recent example, let's say My Hero Academia, we'd be like, oh, I have the ability to do this, but because of physics and me doing stuff, I can actually, I'm able to, I don't know, break the sound barrier and create a shockwave that does X and Y, which is my special power or whatever. And although I have read like Silver Age and some Bronze Age comics from America, and they did do a little bit of that. Like as a bad example, Superman's heat vision was just an application of his X-ray vision back in the 40s or whatever. And 50s and 60s Flash used to do a lot of things where it's like, because of this science effect, I can do X and Y. But in like anime or manga or Japanese media in general, I'm wondering if like the way that Araki kind of used stand powers to do weird shit or sort of the beginning of that, or if it's just something that's been happening in Japanese media a lot longer than that. Because I guess also my knowledge of Japanese media actually doesn't go much past 1979, so I could be way off.
That would be interesting to research, though, because I feel like it has to some degree go back to Astro Boy, because Astro Boy was a hero story, but I don't know enough about Astro Boy to know if that applied, but it would make sense that it would because of Tezuka's vast knowledge of a billion other things.
True, yeah.
Because the dude was wicked smart and wrote that into everything.
So, okay, so what you're saying is exactly what I'm trying to... Sorry, I'm a bit lost about what you were trying to say, Cap.
In Japanese media, there is a lot more not focus, but they will do interesting story stuff with I have a speed power, so if I go fast enough, I'll break the sound barrier, which will cause this shockwave,
Yeah.
which will destroy this thing.
Like,
Which-
there's like a lot of bullshit science around like a single power to make it do several things in like a JoJo or My Hero Academia or a Tiger and Bunny. And while that may
But
be true,
that comes from like Golden Age of Superheroes.
well,
Cape
that's
Comics.
what I was saying, because they were like, they would do some bullshit science to explain stuff. Like, as I said, Superman, his X-ray vision was used as heat vision, and the Flash did a lot of that stuff. Whereas now in
Aquaman
modern
definitely
comics, it's
did
just
a lot of it.
yes.
I,
Whereas in
I
modern
know
comics,
things about Silver Age Aquaman.
that okay, we'll discuss that. We'll table that for the moment, and we'll discuss that later today. But like especially now, like powers are so straightforward. Like, oh, I'm strong. Oh, I've got heat vision. It's just like you just use it. There's no like.
It was even until even as late as like early 80s Chris Claremont X-Men. I'm just like off the top of my head, they were doing that. They were saying
I
like
guess X-Men do a lot of that stuff, don't they? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say they do it that much in modern ones, but there was a lot of like because the thing is nowadays there's like a lot in Cape comic, in Western comics, in Western mainstream comics, there's like a lot more emphasis on like dialogue that's more like superhero comics, dialogue that's more kind of naturalistic.
Yeah.
Because of a number of reasons, but like I would say that even as late as like early 80s, like 83, 84 X-Men, you're still looking at like in the middle of a fight, Wolverine will go, I can, like will think to himself at the very least, like I wasn't expecting guns, but I'm glad for my adamantium claws that can slice through them, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, and
Sure.
they would like do that kind of thing of like expositing about extra features of their powers or extra scientific bits of their powers and stuff like that.
Sure,
But
yeah, I guess as the exposition kind of makes it.
Yeah, but I would say in manga, my knowledge of like, because JoJo comes from like shonen fight. I mean, other influences, but also comes from shonen fighting manga.
Yeah.
And that as a genre is a genre that explodes in the 80s.
Yes.
So, like Saint Seiya has a lot of this kind of stuff as well. And Saint Seiya came out like the same year as JoJo or the year before.
I can't remember.
It started.
Yeah.
So, which is very interesting. Like, I was so there's a lot of that in Saint Seiya. There's a lot of like, oh, my attack did this, but it can also do, there's like a couple of
this
saints.
way, it allows me to do this. A better explanation. In My Hero Academia, there is a character called Lemillion who he has ability to phase through stuff, but he's kind of found a way that if he kind of he has this rule to his powers where if he then becomes solid while he's phasing, it will jump him back out. But so he has to kind of learn how to angle himself in specific ways to like jump out. So it's that kind of bullshit physics stuff to do with a power is kind of what I'm talking about. Sorry, continue.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I trying to think of some examples from Saint Seiya. But yeah, like what it mostly reminded me of, honestly, JoJo was actually old tokusatsu. Because like modern tokusatsu doesn't do this as much, but like you watch old Kamen Rider, old Sentai. There's a lot of like the 10th dimensional chess that is happening in the background. Kind of stuff.
Yes.
That it's the kind of thing that like a lot of like Western comic geeks would like complain about for being unrealistic or being bad writing, and I'm like, no, Kamen Rider is 10 moves ahead of Shocker because Kamen Rider is justice, Shocker are Nazis. Why do you need to be so fucking
like
in your head about it?
The entire thing is that Shocker thinks they are 2 moves ahead of Kamen Rider, and Kamen Rider is 10 moves. It actually is
Yeah.
10 moves ahead of them.
Yeah,
It's not just
and the
Batman
thing
who's
is,
going to be smart, you know.
yeah, but the thing is, it works because you see Takeshi Hongo as a person, and Takeshi Hongo is the nicest guy. He's the guy that you would want to be your friend because he's like kind and nice, you know, and cool effortlessly, and just, and you're like, yeah, it makes sense that a guy that is that that is that, like, has so much empathy and cares about others so much, it makes sense that that guy would be justice, you know what I mean? And so you believe it.
Yeah.
And I feel like while there's still a lot of Cape comics that are still very, very good, especially the ones that have stopped caring about that kind of stuff, there's definitely been a massive trend in Cape comics in the West where people stop caring about, like, you know, things being mechanistically correct, and they care more about telling a good story.
Yeah. Matthias, I hate laughingstock versions
Sorry,
of
Star
Aquaman.
Trek, not in Star Wars, not in.
I hate when Aquaman is just the joke. I think the best approach they've ever taken to Aquaman was Batman Brave and the Bold.
Yep.
Where they would still kind of like be silly about his powers, but they let him just be just a big, really nice man who was good at water.
Yes, he was a big goofball, but he was cheesy, but he was still like powerful and Aquaman-y, which I thought was great. And
the thing is, I am a huge fan of Aquaman. I don't know how much this is a thing y'all know about me.
I did not know about this about you.
I didn't know that.
Really? Because I feel like you knew me during the era in which I was literally on about this like all the fucking time.
I don't know.
Despite being a 3-year-old hedgehog.
Despite being a 3-year-old hedgehog.
Yeah, I am actually a really big fan of Aquaman.
Fair enough.
I'm sorry to say that the only time I've thought about Aquaman in the last 5 years was in that H-Bomber Guy climate change video. No.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need to do a Ben Shapiro impression now.
Please do. Yes.
Do you really think that if, you know, that if, like, let's say water races by half a meter, let's say it races by 3 meters, and all of the outlying areas then become flooded, do you think the people that live in those areas wouldn't sell their houses and move?
Sell them Aquaman.
Aquaman.
I love that.
Sell them to who, Ben? Fucking hell.
See, the thing is, I'm also not a huge fan of stoic Aquaman. I feel like that is, I just don't feel like it works for him. I like because the thing that I think a lot of Aquaman media does not think about, it includes it, but does not think about, is the fact that Aquaman is also, like, a ruler of a people that he has to socialize with, because it's not that big of a fucking population.
No.
Like, the Atlanteans, the fish, there's a fucking lot of them, but, like, they like Aquaman as a person. Yeah. Like, they trust him with their problems. Like, yes, Techno, a lot of Aquaman media is an overreaction to the LOL, all he does is talk to fish joke. And I hate that, because he does have so many other powers than that. He does the most banana shit in Silver Age Aquaman comics.
Yeah.
Also, dude is super strong because he literally lives under the fucking pressure of the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
He's literally like Rock Lee weighted training by just living where he lives. And Aquaman fucking rules. And I love a very personable Aquaman. An Aquaman who's just kind of like, yo, what can I help with? I help people. I have founded this kingdom. I've been taken in by this kingdom. that have made me their ruler, I think because of his mom? I think. And like, I like a personable Aquaman who's just vibing. He's a little like, he doesn't know too much land culture, but knows enough to like hang. He knows enough to hang. Basically, I want Aquaman to be MCU Thor, but with fish. That's what I want.
Yes, that's a great description. Yeah.
That's what I want. Like, I get sometimes I look at those memes that are like what men think women want, and it's MCU Thor, and it's like what women actually want, and it's MCU Loki, and I'm like, you're incorrect.
they want MCU Fat Thor.
Yeah. Like, cause like, teenage girls, they like the like bad boy Loki shit. But like women who have like grown into their lives and know what they want long term, no, they want MCU Thor, but not because he looks like that, but because he's good boy. Because they want him because he's a himbo, not just because he's big and muscles.
Well, what's the joke? Is that like like kind of the fake story I saw on a Tumblr thing of Thor asks out, tries to flirt with a lesbian, and he's like, sorry, I like ladies, and like, me too. Well, let me be your wingman or something like that, which is big Thor energy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aquaman losing his hand. I really liked the water hand Aquaman era. I really remember enjoying that. Because I was reading, because that was during the period when I was reading a lot of Cape Comics. Because I had very easy access to comic book stores, because I lived in New York City. And I really remember enjoying water hand era Aquaman. Yes, he had like a hook hand before that. And I don't think I cared for hook hand Aquaman. But I remember really liking water hand Aquaman. And then he got his hand back somehow? Or maybe he lost the water hand and they gave him the hook hand back? I don't remember. Because that was when I graduated, so I don't remember shit from then.
I remember Harpoon hand, like he had a claw hand in the Justice League Unlimited cartoon, or
because that was during that era in the comics. Because I think they were trying to like match those up.
Yes, yeah, sure.
Okay, he got his hand back in New 52, which
I remember.
Sorry to change topic briefly. He says I have to go in a second, and I wanted to tell you guys a thing.
Okay.
I just looked it up, and indeed, the final episode of Part 4 in the anime has like an extended scene at the end of like where the characters go next. That is just not in the manga. It's just completely original to the anime.
I remember like Yukako and Koichi like hanging out together, and like I think they like wave at Josuke because I think they're at like the Italian restaurant.
Yeah, they're like basically they do show like a bunch of the different characters, and also apparently in the final scenes Rohan Kishibe appears wearing the outfits for the OVA that's based on the manga side story, and I had forgotten about that, so I have more Rohan content, which I'm very happy for. There's even a movie coming out, I feel.
Yes.
Like a live action movie, and I'm like, I am there.
Wait, didn't that already happen?
One Piece. I think it's coming out soon. No,
what came out already was just a Part 4 movie.
Right. Okay.
Part 4, Part 1 will never get a second one. But yeah, everybody else is One Piece live action, I sleep. Rohan Kishibe live action, real shit.
Yeah.
Yes, Rohan is also in Part 9, but it's a different Rohan because alternate universe.
It's not actually. It is, but it isn't. From what I've been told.
Yes.
Like it is it is the same. It is a different Rohan, only in that it is an alternate universe, but it's not a different Rohan in the same way that everyone else kind of gets remade. Like,
Yeah,
this
but
is
remember
this is
that, like,
just Rohan.
remember that, like, the characters in the remade universe, they're all equivalents of the original. So yeah, it is Rohan.
Yes.
It is Rohan.
But
Yeah,
like
it is
it's
absolutely
not
Rohan.
it's not Rohan in the same way that like Josuke and Josuke 2 are the same person.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
this is just Rohan, but
Yes.
from a different universe.
There's a Rohan in every universe.
Yep.
Yes, Rohan
Yes.
is the universal constant.
I love him. He's such a freak. I fucking love him. But I'm gonna leave you because I have to do a bit more coding and then I have to go to bed.
Yes,
Bye.
I believe in
Good
you.
night.
You can do it.
Bye. But
Thank you
Techno-
so much for having me.
Yeah, thank you for
Absolutely
that.
fine.
Oh my god.
Good night.
Bye bye.
I was gonna say Techno. You bring up the New 52 one because I did read a few of the New 52 comics when they started, and that
I didn't.
first issue was semi-famous because they were trying to make like a statement on like their new version of doing Aquaman, and like basically like some podcaster sits down with him and is like, "Hey, doesn't everyone think you're a joke?" And he's like, "No, fuck off." And like, it's not like that, but it was like I thought, yeah, is why he brought it up. But it was like an interesting look in like, here's a kind of our statement on what we're doing with this character. Yes, he talks to fish. No, he's not a joke.
Please be nice. I am that like be nice to Britney kid, but
Yes.
with Aquaman. That's me.
Yeah.
Leave
I
Aquaman
think-
alone.
I want to say that was a Grant Morrison run, but I cannot remember. But also, I feel like we've also been dancing around why. Oh, Jeff Jones. Okay, even better. We've been dancing around why comics got so serious in the 90s. Batman, the Dark Knight Returns, basically, and I think Watchmen was the reason why we had that big tone shift.
Yeah, I think because Watchmen got really, really big. I
Yep.
tried reading Watchmen once and I hated it.
Yeah.
I was unable to read the whole thing. I do not like. This is going to sound really, really weird. This is going to be
Okay.
a really weird statement. I very strongly dislike Watchmen for the same reason I very strongly dislike Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, interesting.
I do not like cynical media.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's funny because I think, like, both Frank Miller and Alan Moore would both say, like, listen, we did these as one-offs. You shouldn't be treating this as how to do comics the whole time now.
Yeah, and
whatever.
like I respect Alan Moore and I respect what he wanted to do with Watchmen.
Sure, yeah.
It's just, again, it's not for me.
Yeah, very fair. Yeah.
Like, I don't like Gaim. It's the same reason I don't like Gaim. I don't like cynical media. And yeah, like, for him, the point of Watchmen is this is why superheroes should not be realistic. Because you get this. And it just... it was not for me.
Yeah. For me, like, my main kind of thing in comics is I kind of read every single kind of Flash and issue and major crossover from, well, the first issue of Barry Allen, which is like 1956, showcase number 8, I think, up until like I did start reading New 52, but I kind of fell off. So I got to see kind of like how comics kind of changed quite a bit and kind of the trends and stuff. And luckily in the 90s, like, Wally West was still like, they got a tiny bit serious with, oh, my power comes from this mystical extra dimensional power source, and I need to eat plenty of chocolate bars so I can keep running faster. But like, it was still a bit goofy and silly, especially because the Flash's bad guys are just really goofy. Captain Boomerang is, he's a Flash villain, and Captain Cold, lots of captains in the Flash.
I had watched an episode recently on. Oh, Suri's here to teach us about comics. Suri knows so many comics things. I say this with love, that Suri is here to teach us about comics things.
Exactly. Yes.
I do not. I do not. Suri knows many more things than me, in spite of the fact that I am the one college educated in comics. Because my college education is entirely in production and not history.
Yeah. Techno. I'm assuming he's sick of talking about Watchmen. It's like you always get people who are like, "Oh, I've done more than just this one piece of art, folks."
Yeah.
So yeah. Sorry, continue. Sono, yeah.
But where was I going with this? I don't remember what I was talking about.
Fair enough.
The one episode of Justice League Unlimited where like they're opening the Flash Museum and like his
Yes.
rogues gallery kind of comes together, and the entire solution is that he talks to the one guy and is like, "Hey, buddy, you're off your meds. What's going on?"
Mark
And
Hamill's
just
the trickster.
about how that. How that says so much about Barry and why the people in Jump City love him so much.
Yes.
It's a really I forget who it might have been Shady Do Rags that I was watching that did that episode. I don't remember.
I can't remember.
Um,
I believe the JLU episode they adapted from the Alan Moore comic is the one work he was willing to keep his name on of stuff. What episode was that? Oh, is it? Was that the episode you're talking about? Because yeah, like because also like he knows all his rogues.
yeah.
Kind of hang out at the Superman Dream one. Oh yes, the oh that's a really good what do you get for the man who has everything? Which they also adapted into a very good Supergirl episode. Actually, they actually the Supergirl TV show had its ups and downs, but they basically burnt through every single good Superman storyline in that first season. So, but yeah, yeah, the Flash, because it's so Flash, because like Flash he's always had a big family. There's always been the Flash family, and he's always like Barry Allen always had his wife Wally West. Like he had a few girlfriends, but he got married to Linda, and they had kids and stuff. And like so, there's always been kind of this kind of big community thing. Like there's always the Bat family, but the Flash family is always kind of better to me. And yeah, the villains don't kill anyone; they have the kind of their code.
Yeah.
And that episode was just a kind of a great rundown of all the Flash stuff, and yeah, very good, very good. And like also bringing back Mark Hamill as the voice of the Trickster after he played him in the 1990 Flash TV show.
Yeah, and it's just like they make a point of showing that like Barry knows the names of everyone in Jump City.
Yeah.
Like it's a really sweet episode. It's always been one of my favorite JLU episodes.
Yes.
Even though I don't think I've seen a lot of Unlimited.
No.
I know I've seen I think all of the original Justice League run, but I don't know if I've actually seen that much of Unlimited.
Unlimited. I think the problem with Unlimited at the time, this is a slightly different topic, but they really kind of buried in the schedule when it was airing.
Yes, which is why I think I didn't see a lot of it.
There is also the great episode of Justice League Unlimited, which is very meta, but it's I think people talk about it a lot. But it's the one where Lex Luthor takes over the Flash's body.
Oh yes,
and,
that's also a very good one.
Yeah, and like I know everyone talks about the scene because it's funny in like just on its own. But like, it takes off its mask, and Lex Luthor's like, I can find out who the person behind the mask is. The Flash. Oh, I don't know who this is. And like at the time, the Flash was actually being voiced by Michael Rosenbaum, who was the actor who played Lex Luthor in Smallville. So it was kind of like an extra little meta gag.
Yeah.
That it was him playing it. I mean, he was doing like the Clancy Brown.
I know I've seen the.
So.
I don't even. It was not even your fault that I'd seen them, because I know that I've just seen a lot of the Question episodes because I just thought he was neat, and then Suri is a big fan of the Question, and I think I got more into his lore once you kind of introduced me deeper to him. But I know that I'd seen several of his episodes, because I know that I thought like this dude is neat.
Yes. He had a pretty good stuff in Brave the Bold, I remember as well.
Yes, I think he did have some good Brave and the Bold episodes.
If for anyone who like, I came to the actual comic series 52 very, very late because as I said, I kind of caught up in the early noughties early teens, and I was impressed with I really enjoyed it. And one of the things they did in that was make the Question a gay lady.
Yes, I love Lady Question.
Yes. Yeah, technically right. They normally do swap VAs, but they just had Michael Rosenbaum do like 75% Clancy Brown Lex Luthor and 25% his Lex Luthor on Smallville, and then Clancy Brown just had to pretend to be Wally West. And as we all know, Clancy Brown is a fantastic voice actor, so he can do anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
But yeah, we
It's
are
funny
big question respecters in this house.
Absolutely,
But
yeah.
I know I didn't read any New 52 because I know that I didn't read Blackest Night, but I was reading things alongside Blackest Night.
Right.
Toward the end of Blackest Night and then the beginning of Brightest Day. Even though I never read those two stories. I was reading some Batman, or I was reading some Supergirl and Booster Gold at the time.
Always good to read Booster Gold.
I know I was reading those. I don't remember what else. Oh yeah, I feel like letting voice actors impersonate each other, they want to do that.
Yeah. It's always fun in The Simpsons when because you also hear stuff like they created this character first, then perhaps they then invented their parents, and so Hank Azaria's like, okay, right, I'm trying to do an impression of Milhouse, but as Pamela Hayden's Milhouse, but as a dad, and it works great. But yes, Renee Montoya, she's the lady question I always forget.
Yes.
She's also in the Batman animated series, of course, the one of the greatest cartoons ever made.
Yeah. So.
If I was just listening to a podcast about one of the episodes, because that was done in the same way as like the Disney Afternoon stuff, where a lot of it was animated overseas, kind of by Japanese studios and stuff. Though hilariously, ACOM, which I believe now, like before then and now, is that generally respected. They did not like the ACOM episodes of Batman, so they kind of dropped them. But there was one episode they did where it's like, because Batman isn't always about punching people. It's about finding this gangster's childhood friend to help him repent or whatever. It's very cool.
Yeah.
Still love the Chip and Dale movie gag where they made fun of how all Seth Rogen's characters, all sound the same. All do the laughs. Seth Rogen.
I wish that I could watch and like that movie. I'm so mad about the premise.
Yeah. It's better than the premise sounds, but it's still a little bit weird. So from your own experience, which year began the animated series dominance in media? I mean, I can give you the actual answer for that, which is it's the late 80s when cartoons stopped just being toy adverts.
Yeah. Late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
When they were just making Gummy Bear, DuckTales, and then into the 90s and early aughts when you got stuff like Men in Black, the animated series, and any other, big budget movie that was really popular, they would just make an animated series out of it.
Yep. Including the Starship Troopers animated series, which was always a weird concept to me. Although there was also that Rambo series in the late 80s, which I think is very funny.
I mean, that is technically when the dominance began. That is once you kind of got the Saturday morning cartoon.
Techno, we blame Michael Eisner for a lot of things, good and bad. Yeah.
Yeah. I would fight Michael Eisner in the Denny's parking lot. I think he's worthy of the Denny's parking lot. I would even upgrade him to the IHOP parking lot.
Wow. IHOP, crikey.
I mean,
which one's close. There is an IHOP outside Disney World. I'm sure he'll meet you there. Yeah.
Okay.
Also, what Suri's saying a good thing. The Reagan era deregulation allowing cartoons and children's media to just be toy commercials, Transformers, He-Man, to everyone making those toy shows commercials going, okay, but can we do more with it? Yeah, which was is cool. Actually, it's very interesting. X the animated series dominance. Yeah. So definitely when Batman the animated series began, I think perhaps that may be the one that kind of signaled the change. There were a few before that, but I think Batman the animated series was one
that was really what kind of
popularized it, maybe, I guess.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Oh yeah, I'm reading Disney War at the moment, which is I
need to read that one of these days.
Very, very slowly, but I think it's very interesting. Because the whole point of Disney War is this guy was like, oh, I'm just going to do this cool book about the inner workings of Disney management, and then ended up being there for the end of Michael Eisner at Disney. I'm still in a lot of the history stage. Like they're talking about, because I already knew that like Michael Eisner saved Disney from a lot of things.
Yes.
And reading about what he did, it's like, oh, all he did was do all the obvious stuff that the old guard just thought was not a good idea.
Yeah.
That's basically all. They just needed someone new to tell them, yes, you need to do this stuff and get
Yeah,
it done.
pretty much.
Yeah.
Like the combination of Eisner and shit, what was his fucking my brain is bad. I'm ADHD losing information right now.
That's fine.
Little Shop of Horrors, Little Mermaid.
Yes. Oh, Howard Ashman? Or
Yes,
Alan...
Ashman.
Yeah.
Ashman,
yeah.
Ashman and Menken. Like,
Yes.
like them on the creative side and Eisner on the business side brought Disney animation back from the brink of collapse.
Yes.
Iger is similar but different.
Yeah. So how do I describe this? So, when we talk of Disney history, we talk a lot about how Walt was the creative one and Roy, his brother, was the kind of the guy that made it happen financially. Walt did change towards like throughout his career, like in the 30s and the early 40s, he was definitely like, "Oh, I want to do this." Roy, basically Roy tried to make it happen. When Disney got older, post-war, he definitely was also a bit more cognizant of how to try and get the money into the studio or whatever, so he could do his projects or whatever. With Eisner, yes, he was the exec, but also he was a little bit creative. It was goodness, who was the guy with him? He died in a helicopter crash. I always forget his name.
Yeah, and because then he's the reason that Katzenberg left.
Yes, sort of. Yeah. And basically, this guy was the Roy to Eisner's Walt, but he was still like very exec. He did have like a decent kind of eye for creativity and like something and like a movie that would work, but he was still a lot more execy. But yeah, Katzenberg was the one that kind of had a lot of the animation
Katzenberg wanted
stuff
to take the guy who died in the helicopter crashes role in the company, and Eisner said no, and then Katzenberg left to start DreamWorks.
Yes, and yeah, as Techno says, Shrek, which is still. Shrek has, in some ways, aged well, some ways hasn't. It being just like Katzenberg's like, lol, look at this. This guy is basically Michael Eisner. Is kind of a hilarious, like.
Yeah, I think it's like everybody just like knows that now, and we just are like, okay, Katzenberg, just
whatever, Katzenberg,
calm the fuck down.
Oh, semi-related. Did you know that Smithers is based on 80s Katzenberg?
Really?
From The Simpsons, yes, because it was Barry Diller, who I believe is still a powerful executive in Hollywood, is sort of the basis for Mr. Burns. And Jeffrey Katzenberg, what he likes to do is kind of latch onto a person and be their sycophant. And he was Barry Diller's sycophant in the 80s. And I don't think it's confirmed, but it's like, one of those kind of open secrets that Smithers is based on Katzenberg.
Yeah, and Katzenberg didn't go to DreamWorks. He created DreamWorks.
Correct.
Specifically for this. Yeah, Katzenberg did all that. I need to take us to a quick ad break, and then we'll come back and we'll drag Katzenberg some more.
Yes.
But we'll be right back in just a couple minutes.
Go now. Find our young friend and guide him to me. I do not have much time left. Fly, Navi, fly. The fate of the forest, nay, the world depends upon thee.
I'm a cat. They can't stop me. I don't obey the law. This is unethical. See? I'm too powerful. I am too powerful to be contained by the law. They cannot stop me. I am gay and I do crimes. Ah, damn. It's got fucking cute charm. Be Yandere, Morbius! Yes! Yandere Morbius confirmed. That was where one of my friends did Backstreet's Back. Is that the name of the song? Y'all know what song I'm talking about. And I realized I had never seen the music video for that song. So we're doing it, we're singing it, and we're watching the music video playing, and I'm like, shit, I didn't realize that the thing that Backstreet is back from is the dead. No, I don't want to become famous. I just want to be hot.
Oh my god, he wants to kill you! Sono, get away from him! Bad touch!
He's
Bad
like...
stranger danger! Look at that face. He's doing the anime. You know the anime thing where like the fisheye lens?
Yes!
You know? He's like, I must execute her. I must have her jugular veins.
I love that he's like doing this, and I'm just standing there. I can absolutely hear him, and I'm just like, this is fine. This is fine. You can try and murder me.
Fine. I feel okay with this.
My wife. Sorry, I don't get the opportunity to make that joke very often. Suma. Was Viral's wife just named fucking wife? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Was his wife just fucking named wife? I didn't exclude... Okay, we're back.
Hello.
Katzenberg is a whiny baby man.
Correct. That's true. Yes, and it's Frank Wells was the guy we were talking about as the
yes
the business alternative partner to Eisner's more creative role. But yes,
thank you for the resub. 26 months. That's almost a whole year. Holy shit.
Wow. Wow, that's a long time. Nearly.
I know, right?
Yeah.
No.
I can't remember how Momotaro sounds. Momotaro, sorry. Yeah.
He's a guy who is trying to sound gruff, even though he's not gruff.
Oh, speaking of voice actors, did they have the Momotaro's voice actor be Deno when he was in that form, or is it the normal guy?
I think it was both of them.
Okay.
Because I know that, I know Momo does do some sword form, but I think because Ryotaro is also in there.
Yes.
So I think they just had all of them whenever. I think, whoever's form it was would do most of the talking, but,
right.
Ryotaro he's gonna be in there. Look at that. Oh, Deno. I can't believe the two greatest actors on the face of the earth played 6 different Kamen Riders in one season. Deno is a miracle of a TV project. Thank you, sorry. I don't know when. I think the last time I saved is when Para told me to save.
Oh god. Playing with fire here. I've got my
This is why I have a save my art redeem, because I forget. Yes. Takeru Sato and Takaiwa Seiji are both too good for all of us. Oh, she's not for anything. It's just, sir, you know me and the bleach swords, and also Suzume from King Oger is good. But I might do a mobile wallpaper for the server shop once she's done. Slap a background on there. They're just both unhinged bee women, and we all know that I love a good unhinged bee woman. I love me a good unhinged bee woman.
Does that need to be a alternate outfit for you one day?
A bee outfit? Hell yeah.
Do it.
Oh yes, because Suzumebachi is Suzumebachi, and Suzume is an unhinged bee woman whose name, obviously, is a reference to the Suzumebachi, the Asian giant hornet. And I love both of them. They're both fucking unhinged. Suzume is the best part of King Oger. But yeah, so it's Suzume King Oger dressed as Bleach Suzumebachi, because I thought that would be fun, and it is. I'm having a great time with this. I absolutely want to. Because lately I've been doing all the wild ass crossover art. That's just become my thing lately. As she just sticks her boob directly into this bee robot's eye.
Don't we all wish that can happen? We could
I know, right?
With a lady, a bee lady poking their boob into it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, like, look, Rita is my favorite because if they give me a non-binary character, that's always going to be my favorite. But, like, I lose my mind anytime that Suzume is on screen. I love this woman so much. Just anytime she shows up, I'm like, yes, the show is good again.
I keep thinking of the flashback of her, like, quote-unquote, dying in bed next to...
Oh my god, like, on the floor in front of the throne.
And he definitely knows she's just putting on, but he's like, fuck it, I can't be
He's just like, look, the only way to get her to stop is to give her what she wants. It does not matter if she uses this to dethrone me, as long as she shuts the fuck up. Like, I think so often about, like, when we were introduced to her, and she's, like, hanging on him, and he's just like, please, please take her. Oh my god, I can't do this anymore. And, like, you can just see it on his face that he's like, please, remove her. Save me from this. I will give up the throne, but he can't say it out loud. I love, like, Rockley's as a character sucks so bad, but Masato Yano has done such an incredible job making faces.
He's hopefully having a fantastic time, or had a fantastic time.
Yeah, my prayer, this is the prayer I say every night, is that we're going to find out that Suzume has been, like, keeping him in the basement, and is just like, yeah, okay, you're not king anymore, so the only power you're going to have is making me happy. I don't even like you, but you have put everyone through this. Now you are my funny little puppet man. And I love that for her.
Yes. Great. Oh, sorry, pardon me.
Yeah, the man's facial control is incredible. The amount of things he can make show on his face. Dude is amazing at his job. Dude is just absolutely incredible at what he does.
Hopefully he's still around, just because, like, he's a
it's like,
good to see him.
I don't know, the way that Suzume is acting as she carries his coffin off makes me believe he's not dead.
Yes.
And that he is like trying to pull some kind of comeback. And she's like, yes, I am your dutiful wife who loves you so much. I will definitely help. And is just like sabotaging from behind the scenes so he can't actually regain any power.
Oh, you're seeing episode 27 tonight, right?
Yes, I'm so excited. I'm so excited to see what's going on with this time skip.
Yes. There is a very funny end card that I'm sure you'll read. Yes.
Yeah, I have the beginning of the time skip and the new writer.
Oh yes, Gotchard, yes.
Yeah, so I've only seen the main actor in the little handoff at the end of Geats.
Yes.
So I've seen him, and that's about all I know, is that he looks like a very sweet little guy. And I'm very here for a funny little guy of a writer after
Yes.
kind of the intense couple of years that have been Revites and Geats.
Yes. I would say the vibes I'm getting are similar to Saber for the first episode. So, from what I've
I'm
seen.
here for that. Like, Saber
Yeah,
is not the most incredible rider show, but I'm here for a breather year.
Yes.
I'm here for a year where I can just chill out and watch some silly little guys be adorable.
That's right. Yeah, no, I'm interested to see kind of what you think of it. And especially also the time skip, because the time skip in Sentai just seems so wild to me. Like we're going so weird with King Oja as well. But it kind of makes sense in many
it
ways.
makes sense because I feel like if Jeremy is going to have, like, if he's going to have a shift in his character arc, they kind of have to do this.
Yes.
Like, it's either we do this now or at the end of the show, and I think if they did it at the end of the show, he would have become just completely insufferable.
Yes.
Because he's kind of teetered on that line as it is.
Anyway, what's the time? 10 past 10. Right, I should probably go. I will probably be lurking in stream though. So
yes, you get yourself something good snack, good bedtime snack.
Yes, the rendering you're doing here is fantastic as well. I'm learning a lot from how you're doing this. Yeah,
I am just vibing.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Jeremy he teeters on the edge.
Yeah.
But I feel like this moment of him being like, oh, I fucked up. All of this problem, the entire conflict of this show, I made that happen because I was irresponsible with my storytelling. And now I think that's an important thing to have brought up, and I think this is a good time to, like, shift the story and let him have kind of that closure. But yeah, I will let you go before I go back into this, but yes, thank you for coming by.
Yes, no problem. Bye.
Bye. But yeah, Jeremy, I love him, but I frequently want to smack him upside the head. I frequently just want to, like, give him a little whap. Like, give him the little chancla smack. Just smack him with the sandal. But, like, I don't know. I think it's important to, like, they could not have this shift happen now and not shift the entire focus of the story. So I'm curious as to where this is leading. I think it's a fascinating narrative choice. It's unprecedented for Super Sentai. And I like that. I am very here for, if King Oja does nothing else. If King Oja does nothing else, it is opening the door for every Super Sentai after it to just go fucking nuts. You don't have to be set on Earth. You don't have to be set in the modern day. You don't have to fit your entire story into 1 year-ish of time. Just go fucking nuts, my dudes. And, there are a lot of writers that I would love to see, like, have those constraints lifted off of them. I think, even though I have a complicated relationship with Komura Junko, I think she would thrive in this environment. Like, I'm really hoping that the next show doesn't feel like it has to, like, reinvent Sentai the way King Oja has, but instead is just like, okay, what options have I now been afforded? And what can I do with them? Because King Oja is like, I'm changing the framework. which is good. I think that's good and important. But I think the next show should instead focus on what can I do with the new framework. Like, I would love to see Arakawa, because Arakawa is so masterful at the classic Sentai formula that I would love to see him play with some new tools. If we could get Yasuko Kobayashi back, I think she would go absolutely insane. Girl would go absolutely insane and we'd get the best Super Sentai ever made. I have no idea how the King Oger ratings are because I have no idea how to get that information. Yeah, I would love to see Arakawa get handed a Sentai in like 5 years when a bunch of people have gone absolutely nuts and then, like, kind of return to form play with those tools. Like, I don't know how and where to get that information. There are people who usually put that information out every quarter, but I do not know how to reliably find it, so I unfortunately can't say how King Oger is doing right now. But given the fact that they're letting it do this buck wild shit, I feel like it's probably doing pretty good. I feel like it's probably going pretty well if they're letting King Oger continue to do these really unprecedented things. I imagine the kids probably like the bug robots. I like the bug robots. So I feel like those are probably doing pretty well. The little spider that was Death Narok's best friend forever, I want that. I want to pay money to have that little spider robot in my house, because I'm in love with it. The fact that the first time we see it in the episode preview is Gira doing the literal, like, holds gently meme, I'm like, yeah, baby! Baby! It's not Zero. I forget what the actual name is. Drez knows. I don't know if Drez is still here. Drez might be doing something else, but, it's something that is very much makes sense with the fact that he's Death Narok's sweet little baby robot. But I love him. And I love the reveal of, like, oh, Death Narok has been protecting him because he actually, like, he goes on these big tirades about, like, yeah, we're all ready to die, but he doesn't want anyone to die. I knew Kamejim was gonna betray him. I knew it. I could feel it in my bones. That man just like that. Kamejim's just out here fucking betraying everyone for fun and or profit. Oh my god, yeah, no, it's, Drez and I, very early on, were like, that dude is, oh god, Bushimaru. Bushimaru and Kamejim, same dude. Like, we got that one in episode 1, but I've been like, I don't know, I don't think this dude actually is here for, Death Narok's bullshit. I didn't think it was for the past 2,000 years he's been pulling the strings, but, you know, I'm excited to see. He's clearly involved with whatever the space stuff is, because he summoned the space laser. But, I don't know, I'm excited to see where it's going. The fact that it's this very strong mix of I can see some stuff coming, but I can't, like, I can't, guess what the whole show is trying to do. It is a wild, interesting thing to experience. I want to see Suzume keeping Rockleys as a pet in her basement. I love that girl. Yeah, I was not expecting a whole new villain faction. Like, part of me was like, I guess it could happen. Ghostager did it twice. But I was like, I don't know how it would happen. Like, I'm like, I don't know how they would introduce, because everything is so closely tied together in this, I don't know how they would introduce new people. And they were just like, oh, they're from outside. And I'm like, okay. Like, it's not even really Majin Ranger style. I think it's more akin to Ghostager, because with Majin Ranger, they were still, part of the whole underworld thing, right? They were still connected to, like, the previous situation where, like, Ghostager, you would just get whole new guys partway through the show. They would just solve a problem, and then some new guys would show up and be like, oh no, we rebuilt this one guy. Like, I don't know, we rebuilt this one guy, he lives here now, this is what we're doing. And Ghostager would just be like, okay, I guess that's what we're doing now. Ghostager's a wild show. 4, 2, 3, 1, let's go! Man, I would love to see Yasuko Kobayashi come in to what Sentai is like in a post Don Brothers King Oger world and just go nuts with it. 'Cause I feel like she could really go crazy. And if they didn't, like, fuck her over like they did with Go Busters, I feel like she could make just the best show. Doing good numbers in relation to everything else 2020 onward. That's good, because I feel like I think Sentai had still been on an upswing since Ryu Soldier, but it wasn't a notable one. Ghostager has brought Blade Runner back 8 times. It was 3 times within the show itself, but there was a couple other times, like he had died once or twice before the show, and then several times in movies. Like, if you can get me the post-2020 numbers, I have some pre-2020 numbers that I could compare it to. At least as far as toy sales go. I don't think I have anything for ratings. But sales numbers, I can pull up some older sales numbers to compare. Go Busters! Oh, send me those. Oh, yeah, fuck yes. Let me take a look at this. Okay, so this is the table that I've had updated. Okay. Yeah. Q1, King Oger is killing it. Yeah, 2020 was a bad year for the normal and expected reasons. Yeah, okay. This is about what I expected. It's currently doing 1.3 billion in sales or 1.8 in the previous quarter, compared to Don Brothers at the same time during their show at 1.3. So Man, I feel like the pandemic really smacked Ryu Soldier hard. God damn. Because Ryu Soldier was doing really well in its first 2 quarters. And then, by the end, which is the end of 2019, which, it was not doing great. Yeah, so in the post-Tokuger, there was a downswing, came back up a little with Q Ranger, then swung pretty badly back down in the Kira Major Zen Kaiger couple of years. Dawn Brothers really came back up, which doesn't surprise me. 2022 is when things started recovering. I think Dawn Brothers was also pretty popular. I would not be surprised if King Oger stays on an upward trajectory in its last 2 quarters. I would not be surprised. Because most shows have a strong first quarter, dip a little in the second quarter, and then kind of either swing back up or stay about the same. King Oger is already significantly up from its first quarter, and with the fact that the show is basically rebooting itself from the beginning, I don't know, I think that'll excite the kids, and we will see a pretty strong... I don't know if we'll see a strong July to September quarter. July to September quarter. I think the October to December quarter is going to be really strong for King Oger. I think we are going to see a really strong showing for King Oger in the October to December period. I think they're going to have a really good Christmas. I don't know, because this is full sales, it is not sales just for the airing show, which is a thing that fascinates me, and I think it's the only reason that Zio did good numbers is because the CSM Blade stuff was coming out during Zio. But I don't think... I'm curious to see, like, what other legacy stuff has come out in some of these other years and might be included this year. So I'm very interested to see what the end of the year numbers for King Oger will be, given the decisions they're making, because I think it could do really well. I'm assuming, given how good the toy numbers are, that the ratings are probably reflective of that. So we probably also have really good ratings numbers if the toy sale numbers are seeing such an increase. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, usually we have at least one more big robot. I just don't know what else. I mean, I'm sure that the little spider that we've met will get involved. I kind of hope they do the early 2000s thing of doing an entirely separate robot instead of the late 2000s thing of, the go-onger and post habit of just piling more things onto the same robot, because I feel like this suit is already far too unwieldy for its suit actor. So I hope that as we progress to another robot, we are it becomes an entirely separate machine. Because I feel like that was kind of the beauty of the early 2000s robots, is you would then get several robots to play with. Instead of, even in Go-Onger, where you could pile all of them onto one, you can still split them up into several smaller robots. But like with Bokenger, okay, it will not add on to God King. Cool. I'm glad to hear that, because like with Bokenger, you have, even if you have Ultimate Daiboken, you have 1 through 10, you then still have Siren Builder and Die Voyager as completely separate robots, which kind of, I feel like that increases playability a lot better than something like Engine G12, where you have to have everything piled onto one robot. And Zuban. Like, I think the idea of, one, like, having 3 small robots that you can make into one bigger robot is good, but then have a separate, even bigger robot that you can then, like, oh no, even Ultimate Daiboken isn't enough. Here comes Die Voyager! Like, I don't know. I feel like that is, it's a different kind of playability, and it's one that Sentai hasn't had in several years, so I think it would, I don't know, I think it would be beneficial. I think it could only benefit them to do something a little different in a show where they're already doing so many things different. Like, keep changing it up. Keep diverting from what they've been doing in the past couple of years where things haven't been going well. I think it can only be a good thing. Man, I don't like this show, but I like the opening. Well, that's kind of what they did in Ultraman Trigger, is they had, which I guess if you had watched Tiga, it was even more obvious, but, Nurse Dese just literally had a big-ass hinge on the side, where, like, we're starting to watch it, me and Nurse are like, that's a robot! That's gonna unfold into something! That's gonna unfold into something! Man, Gurren Lagann's so good. I should give Gurren Lagann a rewatch in the near future. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute since I've watched literally one of my favorite anime of all time. I'll do a rewatch, and then I'll do a video essay on why everyone was too mean to Rossiu. And by everyone, I mean like the fandom, not the in show cast. I feel like people were too hard on Rossiu. That boy was just, he was trying. He was just trying really hard. And did not know what genre he was living in. Everyone was mad at him because, like, he, put Simon in jail and all that. Like, he made bad decisions. I'm not saying that Rossi was making the right decisions, because, my god, he was not. But dude also did not know what genre he was living in. Also, if you're in the first half, it's not first half Rossiu that they're mad at. It's post time skip Rossiu. Yeah, like, he made absolutely ass dipshit bad decisions. But dude was just trying to prevent the world from ending. Yeah, see, the thing is, Cray from Promare is literally if Rossiu was actually a villain. Like, I feel so much like that was kind of this, like, response to, no, Rossiu actually, like, he was attempting to do the right thing. He just did it very badly. Cray is actually bad. Also, like, Rossiu showed, hey, Topanga, Rossiu showed a lot of remorse. Rossiu knew that what he was doing, like, he just didn't know what else to do. He hated that he had to do it. He hated himself for it. It's why the entire grit your teeth sequence happens. I think people forget why Simon did that. Like, I think they forget what Rossiu was doing at the time that he busts in and does that. I want to watch that. Because I've seen the little music video prequel. I don't know if there's a longer prequel. But the little music video prequel, is incredible. Oh, okay, yeah, that is incredible. I love that. I love all of those, I have a lot of feelings about all of those. But yeah, no, I love that. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Oh yeah, is he shut himself down completely and is just like, I can only be this. It is the only way to keep anything alive. Like, Gurren Lagann is a fascinating project. It's a fascinating show. And then they named Viral's wife, and they named his daughter an anagram of daughter. I think about that frequently. I don't need a fire, I don't need us. That is in there because I lose it anytime I watch that clip. That is the funniest I have ever been. Yeah, no, I love how I say it out loud, and then I'm like, wait a second, I've heard this word before. I'm like, I know what this is! Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. Cockaboo. Whoa. Hey, you show me somebody. Like that is, I think, one of my absolute funniest clips. I also can't believe it wasn't until weeks later when a friend of mine saw that clip and was like, did they do the same thing with his daughter? And I'm like, no, because the daughter, like, the daughter wasn't named Musume, and then I remember her name, and I'm like, wait a second, they just switched the syllables around! Those bitches! Those son of a bitch! They did it! Fire up ignition. Oh, Drive. You made the attempt. Feeling high. Drive tried hard enough. I don't know how hard, but hard enough. Bye. Oh, I'm not on the brush. Shift up, going high. I can't believe Eternal sings this. Okay. We're doing good. We're making good progress. I don't know if we're gonna end up moving on to highlights today, but we will probably at least be able to move on to them Sunday. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Strong. Put us strong. All we need is drive. So I don't think there will be once I finish like these edge shadows. I don't think there will be too much more with shadows that I need to do. Just some like really broad stuff, I think. Doki doki ke yuno shani no de kameni iko wo kashide. Oretachi no Express. I love Tokyuger. Oh no, that's a different part. Go, go. Imagination. I was really glad when Cap said that he was learning from watching me do this. I hope I can help y'all just kind of like learn and get some ideas of how to do things or just shit to try. Cause like I've been I need to set that back to blend. I've kind of been experimenting. Like this and the Bowsette piece are honestly really kind of experimental for me. Just trying some new things, some new techniques, and just seeing what happens. And I'm pretty pleased with the results. And I'm really eager to see what this is gonna look like once it's done. And to be able to like kind of apply these techniques to future things. Yes, steal my $200,000 education. And please take the $200,000 of educational debt with you on the way out. If I ever mentioned being poor, that's why. Is because I'm 200 some dollars in educational debt that I'm attempting to handle, but Express. So sad. It's why I'm hyping up the server subscriptions and the server shop so much. This is my job. I believe it or not, I'm a full-time VTuber. Cap, you're British. You started English. Good luck. But yeah, believe it or not, I am a full-time VTuber. This is my entire source of income. So, all support is deeply, deeply appreciated. It goes directly toward keeping me doing this. Express. Cause this is my full-time gig. This is all I've got, baby. My eyes don't work right, so I can't drive. My brain don't work right, so I can't do much else. I love this song. The Boom Boom makes me laugh every time. Not even like, it just fills me with joy. Just the onomatopoeia Boom. Just, it fills me with joy. It fills my heart with a good feeling. And I think about it a lot. I don't know why, as an onomatopoeia, it makes me so happy, but it does. And we all gotta take what little joy we can in this world, right? You know? So whatever it is you can take joy from, hold on to that. Keep it with you. Express. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Alright, cause alright, alright. There we go. Okay, we're getting close. I think most of what I have to do is just on Hachi Zero. I have to do like all of this and the wings and this little bit up here, but we are doing good. People are too hard on Kamen Rider Ghost. I know I say this a lot. And maybe in the past couple of years people have started going a bit easier on it. But people were really mean about Ghost for a bit. Like, folks really, really did not like Kamen Rider Ghost, and I do not understand why they disliked it so much. Like, it was messy, yeah, but like I don't know. It's just, oh yeah, like, I love Ghost. I am someone who loves Kamen Rider Ghost. Again, I acknowledge Ghost is a very messy show. It is not by any means perfect. I think Elaine's stuff was selling a lot more than Makoto's, and that fucked some stuff up with kind of the second half of the story. But I just, like, there are people that hate Kamen Rider Ghost, and I'm like, it's not that. There's nothing outright, like, offensive with the whole of Ghost. Like, if you're not into it, okay, but like, I don't know why, like, people get, like, so aggro about it. Or at least did for a while. See, and that's fine. Like, that, like, if Ghost didn't, like, 1000% click with you and other stuff did, of course you're gonna rank it higher. I'm kind of that way with O's, where, like, I love O's, there are just a lot of shows that I love more than it, so it ends up kind of falling around the middle for me. But it's not because I hate O's and I think it's bad, it's just there's other shows I like more. Okay, I need to take us to another ad break, so we will be back in just a couple minutes. We will do our last hour of working on this, and we'll see if we can get kind of all of the shadows done today so that we can finish the whole thing up on Sunday. So I will see y'all in a couple minutes.
Now, find our young friend and guide him to me. I do not have much time left. Fly, Navi, fly! The fate of the forest, nay, the world depends upon thee.
I'm a cat. They can't stop me. I don't obey the law. This is unethical. See, I'm too powerful. I am too powerful to be contained by the law. They cannot stop me. I am gay and I do crimes. Ah, damn. It's got fucking cute charm. Be Yandere, Morbius! Yes! Yandere Morbius confirmed. That was where one of my friends did Backstreet's Back. Is that the name of the song? Y'all know what song I'm talking about. And I realized I had never seen the music video for that song. So we're doing it, we're singing it, and we're watching the music video playing, and I'm like, shit, I didn't realize that the thing that Backstreet is back from is the Dead. No, I don't want to become famous. I just want to be hot.
Oh my god, he wants to kill you! Sono, get away from him! Bad touch!
He's
Bad
like,
stranger danger! Look at that face. He's like, he's doing the anime. You know the anime thing where like the fisheye lens?
yes.
You know? He's like, I must execute her. I must have her jugular veins.
I love that he's like doing this, and I'm just standing there. I can absolutely hear him, and I'm just like, this is fine. This is fine. You can try and murder me.
Fine. I feel okay with this.
My wife. Sorry, I don't get the opportunity to make that joke very often. Suma. Was Viral's wife just named fucking wife? Are you shitting me? Are you shitting me? Was his wife just fucking named wife? I didn't exclude legendaries from Okay, we're back. But yeah, no, that's understandable. Like, to just, you like other shows better. So, Ghost ends up down around the middle, or below the know, because there's just other stuff that you like better. But there were people who were, like, hostile about Kamen Rider Ghost, and I just did not understand it. I'm like, it's not that bad. It's just kind of a chill show. Especially after, you know, the kind of intense, somewhat cynical years that were Gaiman Drive. Ghost was very much this kind of lighter, kinder year of Kamen Rider. But sometimes folks just don't like the kind when a year of Kamen Rider is kind. They just don't like that. I noticed that about Kiva, and I noticed that about Goseiger. I've noticed that about... There was another one, but I don't remember what it was. Eagle, Shaku, Lion, Elephant, Tiger, Yes, Kaiba, Kyuno Oja, Juoja. Arto was a soft boy. He was. But I don't know. 01 didn't kind of get that. I think because the show itself was still, like, really intense. I think 01 didn't get that same kind of stigma. But I am ready for a year that is like Ghost and Saber and, like, Kiva, where it is a chill breather year with a very good boy who is just here and vibing. I'm down for that. I'm here for that. Revice and Geats were two very intense years, and I would like kind of a Saber-esque year to decompress. And just have everyone be, like, sweet and cute. I feel like I'm here for that. Oops, I forgot to do this sleeve. Like, I'm here for that. I'm here for just a good little dude vibing, having a good time. I'm down with that. You know, that's kind of the impression I got in the handoff, is that, you know, he's just a cute, silly little guy. And I could use a good, cute, silly little guy. I hope he is surrounded by other good, cute, silly little guys. Yeah, he's a soft boy who just really loves the Pokemon TCG. He loves TCGs. That's the vibe I get from... I don't know if that's the vibe I get from him, but... But I'm here for just a good little dude. Here to take it easy. And save the world and make folks happy about card games, I guess. Speaking of, the art style of the cards is so familiar. And I don't know if it's just because it's really good at mimicking something, or if I'm, like, recognizing the artist. without, like, knowing who they are. Because we saw the one card at the end of Geats. And the style is very familiar. I would be totally down for localized stakes. We were talking about part 4 of JoJo before, and I would love a big powers, small stakes Kamen Rider. I would love a Kamen Rider that's just like, we have to solve a problem in Morio, the whatever our equivalent is, and it's not world ending. It's just it's a localized problem and we're gonna solve it. I would love that. I would be so incredibly here for that. It's not Ultraman X. Like, I would love a year that's some low ass stakes after Geats's we're gonna end the world every like 2 to 3 weeks. I'm down with a very chill year of Kamen Rider. I would love that. Beginning. Gotta believe. So tall, excited, What's the purpose? I gotta believe, I gotta believe, I gotta believe, I gotta believe. I'm on a mission right now. Okay. Up here. Yes, oh my god. I would love that. That was kind of conceptually what I've talked about this a couple of times on stream. The fan writer that I pitched once, that was sort of Lupot-esque, it was very, there was kind of some bigger stakes, but it was really just about getting these two sides to kind of come together and chill out. Because it was gay is the reason. There's this historic rivalry between the two clans, and they hate each other and blah blah blah, and two dudes become riders, and they're like, what if we fuck though? It's like, we've got to solve this problem that's kind of larger than both of us individually. We've got to come together to make this thing happen so that everyone else will be okay. And also, what if we kiss though? But yeah, no, I want a much smaller, just dudes chillin' kind of Kamen Rider. I'm so here for that. Space Journey. Lucky Star Kyurenja. Kyurenja. Lucky Star Kyurenja. Yeah, I would love if it was like, oh, all these dudes are like rivals about this and this and this, and then there's one dude who's just like, but I like all of those things. Can we like all of those things? Like, what if I just did all of them because I think they're all cool? Like, I think that would be so cute. And he just makes friends with every side, and eventually they're like, okay, we'll begrudgingly become friends. We'll begrudgingly hang out with each other. And then they all find out that they all genuinely, like, get along. Yeah, except, more people are Kamen Riders. Forze, but they don't stop using the power dizer midway through. Because they ran out of budget. No phone calls, only me! Only me! I gotta not intentionally do vocal fry. When I intentionally do the vocal fry, I fuck up my voice. What? No! It's okay, I love you. I was just making jokes and then I started coughing. Don't worry about it. It was nothing important. I was making jokes about how no phone calls, only pay attention to me. And then I started coughing because I did vocal fry. Which I apparently just I should not do anymore. When I jokingly have an ego because I'm literally the most mellow person on earth. Let's a cute Tana dancing. Tana, 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 cute, cute. Cute Tana, 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 cute, cute. Oh! Okay. yeah, like if you had all of them are like rivals and they're like, oh, our system is better, our thing is better, blah blah blah. And then like the main dude is just like, but I like all of these. I want to do all of them. What if we all hung out and did all of them and like kind of begrudgingly brought them all together as friends, so it's kind of like Forza if all of them were riders and they didn't stop using the powerdizer partway through the show? I want that. Q, Q, Tama, 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 Q, Q. Yeah! And he's just like, I think all of these are neat. I want to do all of them. Like, you got one group that, like, plays Magic the Gathering, you've got one group that plays Pokemon, you've got one group that plays Yu-Gi-Oh! And he's just like, I think all of them are neat. I want to play all of them. I want to be friends with all of you, and slowly just forces all of the groups to, like, befriend one another. Because they're all technically into the same thing, just different versions of the same thing. That'd be adorable. Have I? Have I accidentally invented the most toxic guy? Who likes every TCG? I'm gonna invent the most toxic guy, but then remove all of his toxic traits. I'm gonna remove all of the toxic traits and just be like, no, himbo. I do know all of those player bases are kind of awful. Look, there's a reason that I stopped playing Magic the Gathering when I was like 8. There's a reason I didn't stick with that. But like, what if instead of being the most toxic guy, he was just a himbo? Just a nice little himbo. Be the light. There you will. Oh my god, my hand is starting to hurt. Need to do some little hand stretches. Crack my knuckles. Why are there so many messages in the Gatai chat? What's been happening in there? Did I miss something important? Oh boy. Okay, well that's a thing that I'm gonna have to check later. That's a not right now thing that I'm gonna have to look at. You'll be the one. It's nothing that affects any of us. It's not an important thing. But it is a thing that I want to look at later. The Chooch has shown up with the tea, and I need to catch up on it in a bit. Because the Chooch has powerful information. Okay, you get yourself some rest, Cat. I've got about half an hour to finish shading as much as possible. Just drawing a boat somewhere out there. There you will be the one, be the one. What am I gonna have for dinner? Until you believe, be the one, be the light. I don't know what I'm gonna do about dinner. But I definitely. Oh, I can make spaghetti. I have a lemon. I can make spaghetti. I love spaghetti. Be the light. Okay. Strength you bear, promise that you've learned to grow all together. It's your soul. Been a brighter light right now. I love how much this song just so much feels like Sento's thoughts on Ryuga. Be the one, be the light. La, 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 la. Be the light. Be the light. Catch me if you can. Oh, you pop. That's a show that did its best. I might go back in under the shading and put more detail in the wings. I skipped over it because I'm like, I do not have a good reference for the, like, circuit board pattern of the wings. And just, I was like, you know what, I'm kind of making it, like, more organic. Maybe I can just leave it flat. But I don't know, I think it's a little... There's not quite enough, so I might go back and put something in here. Not sure what, but just do something. Catch me if you can. The blue bunny around if you can. God, what an exciting night of tokusatsu this is gonna be. Like, it's just so weird to feel like two shows are starting at the same time, even though technically they're not, because this is still King Oger, but it's like a whole new status quo. Like, it's such a huge status quo change that it kind of doesn't entirely feel like the same show. Go jumping root, go fighting root before growing up. Shitakizu wo akirame mo. Mirai o toramaru. Oh, I love this song. I love Rube. I feel like if there were any Ultraman that I'd really classify as, like, coming of age shows about growing up, it would be Rube and Jeed. Oh, such a night. Like, those really feel like the two Ultraman shows where the thesis statement is kind of figuring out yourself. Excuse me. Rube is such a good show. Like, it's just so sweet. Again, it's a show that is very kind in what it wants to be. And I love a show that is kind in what it is trying to do and be. Hey, Shira. I am doing good. I'm sorry I missed yesterday. I was going out to dinner with a family member around 5, and I thought I would have more time earlier in the day than I ended up having. So I will be with y'all on Saturday. Rescheduling that. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm vibing. This is coming out really nice. I'm really pleased with this. So I'm feeling quite good, honestly. Like, let me blend this part in and we'll zoom out a little bit and see kind of where we're at. God, Strongest Battle was so good. I would love for them to do something like that again. Okay, let's... Yeah, this is looking so good. Oh my god, I'm so happy with this. We've just got to do this back area and these back wings, and I think that all of our shadows will be down. I'll probably do like a few more in some areas, but we just have to do kind of a few more of these little bits. I'm having so much fun with this one. No, superstar. But yeah, I hope you're doing good today. I hope you've been having a nice day. That you've been able to relax a bit, get some stuff done.
It's drinking the water. It's
Thank
drinking
you.
the water.
We will save. Thank you for the head pats. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna have to... This is why I don't draw multiple days in a row. My hand is getting tired. I should get some kind of like grip for this pen. This is not a super comfortable pen. Ooh. Nice. Oh, no, superstar. Like the old Wacom pen was definitely more comfortable to hold for a long time than this pen. So I may have to look into some kind of like ergonomic pen grip. Shout it out. If anyone has any kind of suggestion for like ergonomic pen grips, I'd be happy to hear them. Genius on Nexus of Future. God, CO. So much fucking promise. It was, just did not make it. Yeah, this is I feel like this is kind of similar in shape. Actually, an Apple Pencil might be thinner than this. Um, but after like 3.5 hours is my hand starts hurting. Uh, so I may have to look into something. Nexus future. Second. Okay, thank you for coming by and lurking. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you have a good evening. We are gonna be finishing up pretty soon. We've got a little more time, though. We've got a little bit more to do. You want to quote? What's something? Jesus, next future. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh my god, I can't wait to hear. Well, we probably won't hear it this week. I don't think we hear. No, it'll be the end of the episode. I can't wait to hear the new theme song. Be the one. New writer theme song. So come my day. Shonen. This is a great mix. Whoever engineered this, amazing job. Just flies lonely. Be the light. Oh my god, that scared me so much. Oh my god, that startled me so much. I don't think I have yelped quite that loud in a bit. Hello, how are you? Hello. That one got me really bad. I hope you had a wonderful day. I hope you had a wonderful time at work. And that nothing was too difficult or frustrating. Let's go. Ooh, yum. Ooh, tasty. I'm gonna make lemon spaghetti, I think. I think I'm gonna make lemon spaghetti and maybe a chicken tendy. And then some salad. But maybe I will make a chicken tendy and put it in the salad. Ooh, I have the lemon pepper tuna though that I could just have with the pasta instead of the chicken tonight. Could do that. I know I want spaghetti. But I don't know everything else yet. There's gonna be spaghetti and salad, and I haven't decided on the rest at the moment. I don't know, that might be a little much. That might be a little much for me. But, let's go. Santa, you so down. I got to have a hamburger last night. I haven't had a burger in a while. But I went out to dinner with a family member who treated me to a nice burger, and it was quite nice. We had a nice time. I don't know why I keep saying family member as if I'm hiding it. It was my dad's wife. I'm reluctant to say stepmom just because I feel like that implies kind of a different relationship than what we actually have, even though technically that's what she is. But I feel like stepmom implies something. I don't know. Like, they got married, like, last year. It's not like she's ever been in, like, a mom role to me. Like, I have only known her as a whole ass grown adult. Yeah, like, I have only known her as, like, me being a whole grown ass adult. Um, where, like, I love her, I adore her. She is family. Just she is not a mother figure to me. So, she's my dad's wife. She's wonderful. I am glad someone is, looking after my dad. Because I don't think he's super good at taking care of himself. Like, she's in no way not family. Um, just, she's not a mother figure to me. She's But we had a lovely time. It was very nice spending some one-on-one time with her. We've never done that. Oop, I'm summer mode, which is good in this heat. Oh my god, it has been so fucking hot here. Oh, I'm so jealous. I think we've got a couple more days before it's supposed to cool down. Oh my god, what is it here? What is it here right now? Is it gonna load the temperature? Oh my god, it's still 80 here. Lordy. I think next week it's supposed to cool down a bit. I still think the funniest thing about Resoldier is that the ending sequence is canonically a dance that Ui taught them for her YouTube channel. Bless her. Y'all can't see me do the sign of the cross, but it's the only Catholic thing I've held on to is I will reflexively sign of the cross sometimes. 010101. It's the only part of my religious upbringing. I don't think it's right. So go to ever for nothing. 始まりの新しい時代を God, what a year. What a time 01 was. You're the only one. I feel it's right. One zero one zero one zero one zero one. Okay, getting there. Getting there. Stretching my hand. We may... I don't know, maybe I'll do whatever little bits I don't shade today off stream. But we will definitely be finishing up on Sunday, I think. Don't stop, don't hesitate. Sunrise burning on the fires. A new common writer tonight. You're the only one. The only one. You're the only one. The only one. What could I say? God, can you believe people got to experience both of these openings at the same time? Amazing. I think Zet also really has some themes of coming of age and growing up, but just not quite as much as Ruben Gede. It's just it's a little different. Cause like he's kind of got his, I don't want to say he's got his shit figured out, cause I feel like that's giving Haruki a little more credit, cause a very big part of the show is him figuring out like the shit that he wants to have figured out. Masashi-kun. Masashi-kun. Ultraman Z. Yeah, it's more like you're past your coming of age stage of your life. Where are you going from here? Like he knows what he wants to be. Like he's figured it out. He now just has to put who he wants to be into action. And a lot of Zet is him figuring out how to put that into action. Which I think is also a really cool. You normally don't get that part of coming of age. Like, normally you hit the end of a coming of age story and it's like, and they figured it all out. And it's like, yes, I know. I want to just do this last little bit. Kira kira kagayaku tamemi. I'm so excited to be at the. Ooh, that's Eraser. That's not Blender. That I'm very excited to be at a kind of finishing a stage of this that I'm like, oh, but I can do it. I can just do it. Get on the go. Okay, I'll finish the shading on the wings off stream. I am going to find us someone to raid. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out with me. Oh, let me get back over here. Let me pull us out and kind of here we go. Just take a look at where we are. Nice. I'm gonna find us someone to raid. Thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. We will be back tomorrow with Mewtwo raids. 6-star terror raids, Mewtwo raids. I'm gonna be spending the morning preparing my Mews because I've kept not doing that, even though I need to. So I will see y'all tomorrow. I love you very much. Thank you for hanging out with me today. And I will see y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna find us someone to raid though, so y'all stick around. We're gonna pass off to someone, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.